Shit. Here I am. I'm live. Holy shit. Sorry about that. I must have been looking like really like what the fuck is going on? I was like trying to figure out, but me, I'm a boomer about the tech shit. So sorry. Yeah. And if I look like a scrunched up face, well, I was like using my 3 or 4 neurons to figure out what the hell was going on. But anyway, here we are. I hope you guys can hear me properly. This is going out to the plebes and to the exalted. The exalted on Patreon and you plebes who are on the public CRP channel. So give me a +1 if you guys can hear me properly and if everything's okay insofar as sound and image is concerned. I'd appreciate it. So anyway, let me wait up for the chat to catch up. Sorry for my tardiness. I like to start my live streams, my broadcast, like right on time. And this is a really, really fun, great +1s across the board. Great. It's really fun to be doing this one. I just got a real kick out of it. Okay. And what would I do if I were dictator of America? Somebody on Patreon asked me this in a question on my comment section. And it just sparked a lot of thoughts about political philosophy, about what kind of society I would like to live in, and perhaps the kind of society that you'd like to live in. It just fed a lot in my head, and I've been thinking about this fucking topic for like 3 days. I'm really looking forward to it. And I had like one really bad false start, which I'll get into in just a minute. And finally, I figured out a way to handle this topic because it's a really big one. Okay. And a lot of you fools are going to be thinking, oh, well, what CRP really wants to do is just, become dictator of America so that he can go on like a bender, a cocaine and hooker bender. Yeah. Well, no, they wouldn't be hookers. They'd be just, the average supermodel. Because if I'm the absolute dictator of America, fucking A, I can get like all kinds of supermodels to do all kinds of very pleasant things and very decadent things to different parts of my anatomy. So fuck yeah, I'd indulge that for sure. But there's other things that I do with this absolute power. I shall have absolute power. Yeah. And in all seriousness, it really made me think about the issue of how America ought to be reformed. And so the point of this is to, of course, I'm never going to be dictator of America, but it might give you a lot of food for thought as to what would constitute a just and equitable society in the United States today, a kind of society that we would all like to live in and defend, a society of unity and purpose. Well, these are serious issues, and all fooling aside, these are issues that ought to be discussed and thought about. And there is precious little of this going on in the public discourse. And so that's why I was so excited to do this. And I'm indulging the patience of my Patreon supporters because, once again, this is a Patreon webinar. My Patreon webinars are usually on Sunday. And for reasons, I had to skip one. I had to cancel one at the last minute because of some minor personal issues. But I promised to make it up. And here is the makeup. And last Sunday, I did a public Patreon webinar. And then I decided to do this one again because it's really something that I want a lot of people to listen to and think about. This isn't a egomaniacal, narcissistic kind of LARP or daydream or something like that. This is an effort to seriously confront the issues, the social issues that are in front of us, that are eroding our society. And when I talk about our society, I mean the Western democracies. And so, for the sake of simplicity, I'm imagining myself as the dictator of America, which is, and I don't think anybody doubts this, the leader of Western democracies, which I think are incredibly corrupt, incredibly decadent. They are falling apart. And we need some ideas as to where to go. Because it's all good and fine to say that you want to get rid of the current leadership. But then you have to ask yourself, okay, so you get rid of the current leadership, and then what? What do you do? What kind of society do you build in place of the corrupt, decadent, despicable society that exists today? You see? I mean, do you understand how important this is? It's not enough to get rid of the people who are fucking things up. You got to have something to replace them with. Okay. And so this is an effort to think about that issue, to think about what we would do if and when we win. Okay. Okay. Notice there, I'm going to get cracking right now. Notice there, there's a crawl there that is going on. And notice here this question. And let me get rid of my ugly face because you don't need to see my ugly mug. Where is Tiffany Dover? Once again, to the censors on YouTube and wherever, I'm not saying anything. I'm not postulating anything as to her fate. I'm simply asking, where is Tiffany Dover? And can I have a where is Tiffany Dover in the chat? I'd really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate it if you guys would like hit me with where is Tiffany Dover, so that we can all ask this question. And I would ask you, please, wherever you go, ask this question. Don't say that this has happened to her or that has happened to her. And don't say that she's perfectly fine, because there's no proof of that. Just ask the question, where is Tiffany Dover? Just ask that. And I appreciate it now if you'd ask that in the chat before I get going. Yeah. Where is Tiffany Dover? Okay. So, yes, a few people are asking it. Good. Good. Yeah. And the thing is, see, a lot of people are making jokes about it. This is serious. This is a 30-year-old woman, a mother, a wife, a daughter. And by all accounts, she seems like a very, very decent person. And it merits to know what fate has befallen her, because she seemed like a lovely person. And to be just disappeared is despicable. And we should ask, where is Tiffany Dover? I ask you to please keep that question in mind. And that's why I'm going to leave the crawl there. And I know it's going to be annoying, but I don't care. You don't have to listen to me if you don't want to. And if you think that I'm full of shit, or it's just annoying for you to get constantly reminded about this Tiffany Dover person, well, you're perfectly fine. Just wink out, close the browser window, or close your phone and go someplace else, But I think it matters. And I hope you think so too. So anyway, let's get cracking. Okay, so the preliminary observations, and periodically I'm going to pop in to see if you guys are following me, and I'll ask you for a +1. I'd appreciate if you hit me with that, but right now I'm just going to pay attention to my PowerPoint thing, my PowerPoint slides. The preliminary observations that we have to make is, the point of this exercise, as I said before, is to envision the ideal society, the society that we would like to live in, the society that we would like to defend, that we would defend. And the point, of course, is not for me to actually implement all of this. I wish I could. If I had absolute power, fucking A, I'd implement just about everything I've said here, because everything I'm going to say in this presentation, which is going to be fairly long, I absolutely believe in it. I would not have written it down if I did not believe in it. Okay. This is what I think would be an ideal society, a society that would be healthy, robust, a little bit bloodthirsty, quite frankly. But all in all, I think a society that would flourish over time, a society that would endure. That was the point of this exercise, to write down what I thought would lead to a robust, enduring, flourishing civilization that would produce great art, great people, that would be memorable, that would be worth defending, worth sacrificing your life for. That was the point of this exercise. Now, there's a great difference between principles and implementing those principles. And originally, when I started doing this, I started with the ideas of it, the philosophical background of it. And I got absolutely nowhere. I wrote all kinds of material. I mean, really good material, like political philosophy material. I mean, I would have gotten fucking A's back at Dartmouth, right? But that's not really the point, because there is a great difference between principles and implementing those principles. How do you implement them? What policy specifically? What do you do? Okay. Now, of course, this whole presentation is hinges on the notion of absolute dictatorship. But you see, there's a great difference between the Platonic ideal of the absolute dictator and the reality of it. Now, in any social situation where somebody has authority, they have authority to the degree that other people listen to them and execute their desires. You see, There has never been an absolute dictatorship whereby every single whim and desire of the dictator was carried out. Mhm. Because in any situation, in any leadership situation, you need to convince the people who are following you, who are executing your positions, who are executing your ideas, your vision, your policies, whatever. They have to be on board and you have to convince them. And sometimes in that effort to convince them, you have to sort of like cede a little bit and not quite demand what you really want, but something sort of like that's close enough. Okay. Now, a lot of people think that a dictator is just like this guy who's there and does whatever he wants. No, but to get there, he needs the support of many. Always keep that in mind. I lived under the Pinochet dictatorship during my teenage years. And Pinochet was, in the West, in the United States and Europe, he's like, oh, he was an evil dictator. Well, yeah, but he was severely constrained by the other members of the junta, severely constrained by other army officers, severely constrained by what people, regular Chileans, desired. And he couldn't do whatever the hell he wants. But in this exercise, I'm just going to pretend to be a platonic absolute dictator of doing whatever the fuck I want without any kind of obstacle. Okay? Now, before diving into this, the biggest problem in America, the biggest by far, as I started thinking about these issues, really thinking about them, is the issue of legalistic corruption. That is, corruption that is legal, but that hurts the society and the individuals that compose it. This is something really key that few people seem to be focused on. Let me give you a specific example. Do you know why the tax forms are so hard to make, and that you need these Tax Pro, Turbo Pro, whatever the fuck, or hire an accountant to do your taxes in the United States? Well, because the tax attorney or tax accountant association of America, or whatever the fuck, lobbied to make the tax code such that you really did need an accountant to fill out your taxes. If you're earning, I mean, if you're earning something fairly modest, like over 60,000 a year, you need an accountant because it's so goddamn complicated and you can make so many mistakes so easily that could lead you to a lot of trouble with the IRS, that you have to hire an accountant to prepare your tax forms, or hire software, subscription software. And you say to yourself, well, is this really necessary? I mean, because no offense to people earning 60,000, but somebody who's earning 60,000 has a fairly simple financial life. They shouldn't need to pay 1,200 bucks or 600 bucks or however much it is to some online service or to some actual accountant to prepare their taxes. People outside of the United States don't quite understand this because their tax situation is incredibly simple. It only becomes complicated and progressively so as they go up the ladder, the income ladder, and it really becomes complicated once they cross the $75,000 to $100,000 mark. The equivalent of that country's income. See, most countries have very simple tax forms. In fact, in some countries, if you're earning below a certain threshold, a fairly reasonable one, like the equivalent of $50,000, say, you don't even have to file taxes. It's done automatically for you. And why is this? It's legalistic corruption. And we see legalistic corruption in, for instance, pharmaceutical companies paying doctors, bonuses for prescribing their medication. And this very obviously skews the doctor's uh, um, appreciation of a patient's malady, because he, of course, wants that little bonus. And maybe it's $50 or $75 or $100 per prescription. Maybe it's just $25, which is not a hell of a lot, but it's enough. It does alter the doctor's approach. This kind of legalistic corruption is everywhere in the United States. Look at the lobbying going on in Washington, where you have lobbying firms, where companies pay the lobbying firm, and the lobbyists are, of course, former officials of the federal government or federal government agencies or the Congress or the Senate. And they go to Capitol Hill and lobby on behalf of their clients and get the laws changed to the benefit of their corporate clients. This is corruption, but it's legal. Legalistic corruption. This is the biggest problem. I started to realize as I was thinking about this issue, the biggest problem in America, and this is one thing that if I were a dictator of America, I would target instantly. It would be like the number one thing. Wherever there is the possibility of a conflict of interest, I would eliminate it. And I would put penalties to scare the devil himself, because that kind of legalistic corruption corrupts the whole body politic. It corrupts the whole nation. And I suspect that a lot of the demoralization that has happened in the United States over the last 20 years or so is because of this legalistic corruption, whereby people can figure out clever ways to legally pay off the people in power, the congressmen, the senators, the regulators, whomever. Pay them off to get what you want. In third world countries, you pay off the cop to get out of a ticket. You can't do that in the States. But if you pay a lobbyist $100,000, he'll see to it that your company gets a government contract worth $1 billion. I mean, it's that kind of absurdity that's going on. And yeah, okay, it's not maybe $100,000. Maybe it's maybe 250,000 to 500,000. But that level, it's not that much, and it's legal. Paying off the cop, slipping him a $50 bill so to get out of a ticket, you'll go to jail. But paying off a lobbyist who pays off or figures out a way to get money to a congressman, or tells the congressman about a hot stock tip that will make him rich, right? That's legal. I mean, hell, Nancy Pelosi just the other day was saying how wonderful it was, and that's how she had made her money. And she didn't think it was wrong, man. This is fucking crazy. It's corruption, but that's what's going on in America. That's the number one problem. Okay. So in this entire conversation, whenever I talk about the different policies and the different things that I think that should be done, keep in mind that in every single one of these areas, be it foreign policy, domestic policy, everything, the number one thing to be done is to eliminate this legalistic corruption across the board. Okay. I don't devote that much attention to it individually in each section, because each section is about its own particular topic. But I want you to understand that eliminating legalistic corruption, this perversion of the law such that it's legal and yet it hurts the society, that should be eliminated at all costs. Okay. Okay. So I came into absolute power. My guerrilla forces came in and wiped out everybody, and I'm in charge. I have absolute power, and I'm a Darwinist. So I have three principles, and they're very important principles. They are autarky. I don't know. I mean, I always have a problem pronouncing this word. Autarky. Strong families, communities, and individual collective dependence. These are the three guiding principles, and it's important that you understand each of these three principles before I dive into each individual topic. Now, autarky is traditionally defined as the principle of economic self-sufficiency, but as I think of it much more in terms of not only economic self-sufficiency, but self-sufficiency in general and localism. Self-sufficiency and localism practiced at every level. The idea would be to never allow large national superstructures to be built, to always break down things to the lowest possible level. Okay? If the urge is to national monopolies, to the concept of too big to fail, my notion of autarky is, if it's too big to fail, then it's too big to exist. Everything should be broken down, every industry. No single company should own any market. Everything should be broken down to the smallest possible unit that is reasonable. And those areas where it's not possible to break it down, that you actually need a monopoly, for instance, like a water supply or the electrical grid or the telephone system, then it has to be like the telephone system, that is semi-nationalized and tightly regulated, heavily regulated, so that it provides service to all and doesn't exploit the people. Because we've seen what's happened in a monopolistic economy. We see, one or perhaps two or three companies dominating a market and controlling it and abusing people. And of course, monopolies are economically more efficient. They are. But the problem is that that market efficiency inevitably leads to abuse. And so my thinking insofar as autarky is concerned is that it is better to break monopolies and have a less efficient system so as to prevent the abuses that inevitably arise from monopolies or oligopolies. Okay? Okay, so autarky. Now, it's self sufficiency and localism practiced at every level. Food, water, and industrial self sufficiency at the most local level possible. That means in your community. And when I talk about your community, I'm anti-city, by the way. I think that megalopolises, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, they should all be destroyed. And I don't mean that in like a nuclear bomb kind of way. I'm saying people should leave them and those cities should be deliberately shrunk. Okay. When I'm talking about a community, I'm imagining a city of like 100,000 people. 100,000 people, like for instance, Knoxville, Tennessee, which has a couple 100,000 people. And that's a nice little town, relatively small. That's the kind of city that we should aim for, small cities. But I'll get to that in just a minute when I get to urban planning. Okay. The food, the water, and every industry should be as small as possible and should be local. Food should be locally produced, like organic farming and all that hippie bullshit. Yeah. Okay. And I'll get to food and water in just a little bit. But the idea should be consciously. You always want to make it as local as possible. You never want to be importing anything from outside your locality unless it's absolutely necessary. You want everything locally produced at every level. And only very reluctantly should you want to, shall we say, import goods and services from someplace outside of your locality. Your locality defined as the place where you live within, 30 miles, 50 miles tops. Okay. That kind of thing. Your town, your county. Okay. Make it as local as possible because we want true economic diversity in all industries and markets. Okay. Because a lot of times people talk about diversity and bullshit, but it's superficial, you know? It's like the packaging is different, but the product really isn't. No, no, no. We don't want that. We really want economic diversity. We want everything to be as small as possible, as local as possible. And if it is less efficient, that's okay. Because, see, GDP is not the measure of value. How high the stock market is not that important. What's important is that you as a human being feel connection to where you are living and that there is true diversity. Because what happens, and we are seeing this, is that when you have monopolistic enterprises that produce essential goods and services, if those monopolistic enterprises fail for whatever reason, all of a sudden you're out of luck insofar as that essential good or service. And this is happening, for instance, with supply chains. We're seeing problems with the supply chains insofar as chips are concerned, microchips. They're all manufactured in Taiwan. And it seemed like such a smart idea. Yeah, we'll make them in Taiwan. It'll be cheap as fuck. Yeah, but now all of a sudden we don't have any of these microchips that are essential for our automobiles, for our electronics, for this, that, the other. They're all manufactured in Taiwan, and for reasons we're not getting them. They're not being produced. COVID, whatnot. And perhaps the typhoon or whatever knocked out the factory. But you see how vulnerable our economy becomes when we allow monopolies and monopsonies to arise. We want to keep it as local as possible and bear the cost of the inefficiency because in the long run, it's healthier. Okay. Now, here comes another key component, and I want to emphasize this so much. I want it to burn in your head. Okay. Like tattoo it on the inside of your skull. Government should not do what people can do for themselves. Okay. This is a key issue. By the way, I skipped an item which I had there, which I'll highlight right now. No subsidies to any industry, none whatsoever. No subsidies to any industries. When you start looking at the various industries in the United States, you'll discover that just about all of them are subsidized one way or the other, and all of these subsidies cause tremendous market distortions. These market distortions lead to misallocation of funds, misallocation of capital, misallocation of labor. For instance, in the United States, there is heavy subsidies to the sugar farmer, beet farmers, and to corn farmers. And this leads to an oversupply of beets, from which you get sugar, and an oversupply of corn. And so you have all these products with all this sugar. The sugar is so goddamn cheap because it's so heavily subsidized. And so they put sugar in everything. And corn turns into corn syrup. Corn syrup is, kissing cousins with petroleum, for crying out loud. That shit is bad for you. And they stick that shit into everything. And it's bad for you. Why do you think that we have all these fat fucking people in the United States, huh? I mean, the other day I said on my Telegram channel how for the first time I saw a morbidly obese person here in Ukraine, in Kharkov, right? And I was at a Japanese restaurant, and there was this poor woman, fat as holy fucking shit. I mean, the fucking blimp at this Japanese restaurant, right? And I was like, wow, this is the first time I've seen a morbidly obese woman in Ukraine. Honest to God, right? And as I was leaving, I was passing her, I overheard her conversation. She was American. Yeah. Yeah. And so, yeah. And where does that come from? From subsidized food that forces companies or makes it very attractive for companies. It doesn't force it. It just makes it very attractive because corn syrup, sugar, cheap calories. And so they stick it in food, and it gives you the sense of being full, but you're not really full, and it's not really healthy. And there you go. You see the point I'm trying to make here. No subsidies to any industry. And I have to emphasize this third principle of autarky as I define it. Government should not do what people can do for themselves. What people can do for themselves, either when they are individual entrepreneurs, or when they are arranged in a corporate structure, or when they are civic groups and civic organizations that decide that they are going to solve some local problem. The government should not be the answer. People should be the answer. Now, the second principle of my overarching principles are strong families, strong communities. The nuclear family is the basic building block of a healthy society. And this should not need defending. It's very obvious. If we don't have nuclear families that are having at least 2.2 children, then a country will vanish. It's simple as that. It's not fucking complicated. And I don't understand why this is particularly controversial. We need nuclear families. That is a man, a woman, kids, and a dog. The dog is optional, but the kids are not. And we should do everything in our power to foment the composition and the flourishing of nuclear families. We should encourage them, nurture them, protect them. They are the building block of our society. We don't have nuclear families that are producing 2.2 children or more, then we are fucked. Simple as that. And you cannot import foreigners to replace a dwindling population. That's a lie. That's a lie of the neoliberals who believe that people are essentially cogs that are replaceable, fungible. They're all the same. No, they are not. Immigrants cannot be brought in to replace the native population. The native population has to be encouraged to form families and have children. And the families should be encouraged to stay together and work together to raise healthy, happy children. Okay? This is key. Now, strong communities should also be encouraged. Strong local communities, extended families, local civics associations. Because here's a thing about strong communities. See, strong communities don't allow for great wealth disparity. The greater the wealth disparity, the greater the resentment and societal instability. But in small communities, what happens inevitably is that there is social pressure not to show off how rich you are. Now, I saw this firsthand in the Netherlands. The Netherlands, you'd be surprised to know, has the greatest wealth disparity of all the nations of Europe, far and away, by the way. But the thing is, see, the Dutch have a national habit of not showing off their wealth. You could be living next to a billionaire, and the guy's going to be driving a Honda Civic and just being very mellow, and his watch is going to be like a Casio or something like that. I mean, they're very low key in that regard, you see? And that's why there's a great deal of social stability in the Netherlands. There aren't the tensions that are readily apparent in countries with greater income disparity, because the people there are encouraged not to show off. If they're richer, good for them, but don't fucking show it off. Whereas in Chile, where I come from, unfortunately, over the last 20 years, there has been an encouragement of people, especially the elites, to show off how rich they are. And this has caused resentment. And it's directly the reason that a communist was elected as president of Chile. And this communist, Chile is lost. Okay, Chile had a great run of 30 years because of Augusto Pinochet. And if you're a left winger and say that I'm wrong, dude, I know Chilean history, and I used to think, just like you, that Pinochet was an evil dictator. But no, he created the conditions for a stable society, and now it's being overturned because the inheritors of that, the Sebastián Piñera and the whole right wing, of which I am a member, that's those are my people. Okay, they fucked it up because they allowed social disparity to be shown. And what's interesting is that I've noticed that the smaller the community, the greater the effort by that community to have everybody seem more or less the same and not allow for great wealth disparities to be shown. And this brings about social stability. Okay. And so we want to encourage small communities, small local communities, and do everything in our power to encourage them. Okay? That's the second principle. Now, the third principle is very, very important, and this goes out to all you libertarians. Okay? Now, libertarians, those people who are like, oh, I'm a libertarian, and we should just let people do whatever they want. I have nothing but contempt for you. I'll tell that right now. I think that you're fucking morons. You know what you are? And I heard it so perfectly in some tweet by some guy. I forget who it was, but he nailed it. Libertarians are basically house cats. They think that they're tough and independent, but they don't realize how good they got it, because they're living in a nice warm house and getting food delivered to them, but they still think that they're all that and more. They've never had to go out there and fucking earn a living and hunt for food and shit. That's what libertarians are. They are house cats. They are LARPing as something they are not. They are LARPing as tigers when they are really house cats. Okay? So if you're a libertarian, fuck off. And libertarians, I'm saying this because preemptively, because every libertarian is going to say that, ew, collective is bad. No, no, no. Collectives are good. And individuals are good. See, individuals need the collective for the collective to give them group security, collective security. But the collective, first of all, is a collection of individuals, and it needs individual effort so as to become richer and more successful, and therefore provide more collective security to the other members. You can't have one without the other. No man is an island unto his own. Remember that. Individuals need collectives, and the collective needs the individual. The individual must be free to pursue his own goals and interests. That's how a collective improves. But the individual must be limited so as not to encroach on the other individuals or on the collective as a whole. That ought to be pretty fucking obvious. Now, on the flip side, the collectives must provide the individuals that compose it with security and opportunity. Notice, it's not just security, they also have to provide it with opportunity. And because only thus can an individual be free to pursue his goals and interests. Because he has security, he can pursue his goals. Huh? And if he has opportunities that are provided by the collective, then he can pursue his goals and interests and priorities. But the collective must be limited so as not to abuse or hinder the individual. So you see the point here. The collective and the individual have a symbiotic relationship. It's not antagonistic. The notion of like, I'm an individual, I'm never going to bow down before the collective. No, dude. You're looking at it antagonistically. The collective has always provided you with security. Even the fucking moron libertarians, right? You're a libertarian living wherever, right? And you're striding down the street thinking to yourself, yeah, I'm a libertarian. But who's providing your physical security? The collective, by way of the government, by way of the cops that they employ. What, are you walking around with a gun and you're going to protect your property and your person all by yourself? No. If somebody tries to mug you or something, you're going to yell for the cops. Of course you are. That's what the cops are there for. That's the whole point. We have the implicit promise of the collective that will protect you. The problem becomes, of course, when the collective starts infringing on the rights of the individual, which is what we want to halt. But at the same time, we want to halt the individual from abusing the other individuals and the collective as a whole, which I would actually argue is the problem that we have today, where we have allowed individuals to completely abuse our society for their own enrichment. The legalistic corruption that I argued about before, the lobbying efforts and so forth, what is that? Those are individuals who have gamed the system to fuck over the nation, the collective. See? And so that has to be limited. Both sides have to be limited so both can fulfill their function. The collective by way of providing security and opportunity, the individual by pursuing his goals and aspirations and dreams for the betterment of the collective as a whole, because after all, that individual is a member of the collective. Yeah, you see the point. It's very important that you understand this. If you don't understand it, then you're not really going to be understanding the whole notion of what a society is, because we have always been individuals who are part of a collective. And we are members of different collectives. We are members of the nuclear family. That's a collective. We are members of an extended family. That's a collective too. And we are a member of our locality, of our town or county or wherever we live, the city, the county, the state, the nation. There are all these levels of collectives that we belong to. And we have to be self-consciously thinking that we are a part of the collective, and yet the collective has responsibilities towards us as individuals to look after us and to protect us, especially in our moments of weakness and our moments of injury. But at the same time, we have the responsibility to look after the collective and make sure that the collective is healthy. And the problem that is happening in the United States is, of course, that we have allowed the collective nation to become sick, to become decadent, to fall apart. And we have to be thinking consciously that we have to repair our collective, because only by repairing this collective will we as individuals be able to flourish. And so many of us in our current society, where our collective is decaying and our collective is leaving us bereft in different aspects of our lives, and we are suffering. The opioid epidemic, for instance, so many millions of people suffering that, suffering silently. Because the opioid epidemic, it's not like crack. When you do crack, what do? You go out and you freak out, you get a hyperkinetic, and you go out and shoot people. But when you take opioids, what do? You go to sleep in front of the TV. See? And so that's why a lot of people aren't noticing the opioid epidemic. I certainly wasn't until very recently. But you see the problem. Why do people become addicted to such substances? Because the collective is allowing it to happen. It's not looking after the individual. We grew up in tribes. We evolved from tribes. We need the tribe to survive, the collective to survive. And so we have to look after the collective so that the collective can look after us. You see? Okay. So concrete. I'm the dictator. I've just been, my forces have overwhelmed the forces of Joe Biden, which is no great trick. I mean, the old man, come on, just give him a gentle little nudge and he'll just tip over and like spiral down the steps of Capitol Hill or whatever. But anyway, I'm in charge of the whole fucking thing. What's my first order of business? Well, foreign policy. End all foreign alliances and subsidies. All of them. Okay? And transfer the UN to Switzerland or Austria or some other civilized neutral country. Civilized, okay? Because we don't want it to be transferred to, say, fucking China or Russia or the United Kingdom or Germany or Australia, where it will be gamed. No, we want it to be placed in a country, a neutral country that has experience dealing with international institutions. And Switzerland and Austria would be ideal, quite frankly, because they have experience. Vienna and Geneva, they would be perfect. Put the UN there and let it continue to function. But for all intents and purposes, ditch the rest of the world. End policing the world's seas. This is very important, and I'll get to it in just a moment. Just get out of every alliance, NATO, everything. Just get out. All of them. Just cut them off and cut off the subsidies, because the subsidies, the money that is sent to different countries around the world, you know what it is basically? It's payoff money. It's blackmail money. It's money sent there so that those countries don't fuck with us. Okay, but don't fuck with us there, over there, in wherever, in the Middle East or in Asia or in Africa or wherever the fuck, where the United States sticks its nose into it and thinks it has like vital interest. The United States doesn't have any vital interest anywhere in the world, because the United States, if it wants to be, can be self-sufficient, easily self-sufficient. It doesn't actually have overriding existential needs for the rest of the world. The United Kingdom, for instance, it does have existential needs of other products from other places in the world. It can't feed itself. It needs to import food. It needs to. Okay. Other countries, the same problem. They need food. So they have foreign trade and they need foreign trade. And it's a big deal for them. The United States doesn't have that problem. The United States can produce enough food for its own citizens without breaking a sweat. The United States has enough water. The United States has enough oil. It has everything to be completely self-sufficient. So be self-sufficient. If you can be self-sufficient, then you don't need the rest of the world. You don't need to be sticking your nose in the rest of the world. You don't have any vital interests anywhere if you are self-sufficient, and the United States is. And so what it should do is get out of every treaty, every foreign alliance, cut out every subsidy, close up every military base, every one. Because, by the way, the military bases are a covert form of bribery to that particular country to keep it on side. You don't need them. You don't need them. You don't need any of these bases. Get out. End policing the world seas. What do I mean by this? Well, I'm going to be skipping ahead. I'll get to that in just a moment. It's not really important. I want to go point by point here because this is a complicated presentation, I'm realizing. And I'm realizing it's long as fuck. So I got 5 slides and I'm 50 minutes into the fucking presentation. I'm barely into slide number 1. So I'm going to start to get cracking here, but bear with me. You tell Canada and Mexico that they are now vassal states. Now, what does that mean? It means that you tell them both, control your fucking border or else we'll control them for you. Okay. Nobody crosses from Canada or Mexico into the United States unless we want to. And we're not going to want to, by the way. We're going to close the borders. And if the Canadians or the Mexicans get uppity, we'll just conquer them. As simple as that. It just roll into Mexico City, roll into Ottawa and Toronto, and just take it over. And just say, fuckers, you're going to do what we want. Or we'll just start executing people. You fucking Canadians and Mexicans. And yeah, and tell the Mexicans to control their fucking gangs. And to just control their shit. No more coyotes, no more illegals, none of that shit. Okay? And make it really fucking clear. And they'll play ball. Of course they will. Okay? Because if the United States deliberately goes into retreat and starts putting hard borders between Canada and Mexico, they're going to get the picture right the fuck away. Because both Mexico and Canada, they know that even at a third strength, the United States could overwhelm both countries in about 5 minutes. And the United States' great advantage is because of the Atlantic and Pacific. It doesn't need to worry about its eastern or western borders, obviously. Okay? So you tell them to be stable and free of foreign influence because you don't want the Chinese taking over Canada, which they've been trying to do, by the way. And the United States has been very passive about that. The United States should tell Canada, and I would as dictator, I tell Canada, eject your Chinese nationals and prohibit Chinese ownership of property. Do it now, or we'll roll over, take over your country and do it for you. And we will. Okay? And they do it in about 5 minutes. Okay? Yeah. Because you don't want them controlled by a foreign government. Because you don't want some foreign government stationing troops, their troops, in Canada or Mexico ever. You want those two countries to be buffer zones. And by the way, this is why the Russians are throwing a hissy fit over Ukraine. because the dumb Americans who are in control now, who should be thrown out, these fucking Americans, Victoria Nuland and all those crazy people, and of course Hillary Clinton behind them all, like a fucking evil puppet master, they keep goading the Russians, fucking with them in Ukraine. Ukraine is their fucking front yard. Imagine if the Chinese were fucking with the United States by telling everybody that they were going to put troops and weapons in Canada. Everybody in the United States would have the fucking freak out, justifiably so. Come on, man. But anyway, that's a side point. Why this total radical disengagement? It's not radical. It's not radical at all. You look at US history, it's actually very traditional. The United States has traditionally been an isolationist country. The United States has traditionally been self-sufficient and rather aloof from the rest of the world. It was only with Woodrow Wilson at the tail end of World War I that the United States started getting involved in foreign adventurism. And Woodrow Wilson basically got a little boop in the nose, and the United States was isolationist again during the late 20s and into the 30s up until Pearl Harbor. And it was only the malicious Franklin Delano Roosevelt who pulled America into a war by creating the conditions where the Japanese would attack. Because he did create the conditions whereby the Japanese would attack. And he did it deliberately, okay? And it's a fact, okay? And to say otherwise, the Americans deliberately cut off the Japanese oil supply. It was inevitable that the Japanese were going to start attacking the United States because they rightfully viewed the United States as an enemy, a covert enemy, before Pearl Harbor, okay? Pearl Harbor was a great way to rile up the American people and go into a two-front war. But bottom line, FDR manipulated the American people and the American Congress into going to war. Okay. And it was after that that the United States became, and because of the Cold War that followed with the Soviet Union, one could argue that the Cold War necessitated the United States becoming the global policeman. Okay. The United States became the global Coast Guard. And notice my word. It became the global Coast Guard after 1945 as a response to the Soviet Union and the Cold War. Because people talk about the United States as being a global policeman, but that's not quite accurate. What the United States actually did and is that it policed the seas. The American Navy, with its various carrier battle groups, policed the oceans, which allowed international trade, which benefited not so much the United States, but the other countries of the world. That's what America really did, which is really important, okay? It subsidized the rest of the world's trade by way of this very expensive Navy that went around the world policing everything and making sure that the pirates weren't taking over global trade. Yeah, sure, there are pilots off the coast of Somalia, but that's like a spot thing. It's and fairly trivial insofar as the world is concerned. Global trade really depends on the US Navy. And it's this guy, what's his name? Zihan, I forget his name, that pointed this out. But I hadn't really thought of it in those terms, and he's absolutely right. It's the United States is the global Coast Guard, patrolling against pirates. But that's basically subsidizing other countries. Those countries should bear that cost, not the United States. What does the United States interest does not actually lie in that direction, because American foreign trade is relatively small compared to other countries in terms of percentage of GDP. When you look at other countries, their GDP is much more dependent on foreign trade than America's, because America is fundamentally self-sufficient. This is key. Okay. So anyway, the United States became the global Coast Guard after 45. But you see, the key issue about foreign trade, and this has become more and more apparent over the years, is that foreign trade hurts domestic workers because of labor arbitrage, because of globalization, and because of international trade. It's easy for American companies to offshore. And what happens to the domestic workforce? Well, they're shit out of luck. They have to learn to code. And of course, they can't. See? Because that's a shibboleth. That's bullshit. You can't. If you're a 50-something-year-old man, you can't learn the fucking code. I'm 53, okay? I mean, I can't learn a new profession at this age. Yeah, I could try, sure, but, it's gonna be hard as fuck. And I'm relatively educated, relatively intelligent, A guy who's a factory worker, and I don't mean any kind of disrespect when I say this. A factory worker who does not have that many IQ points. I mean, he's 90, 95 IQ points, you know, a high school diploma or maybe a couple of years associate of arts degree in some shithole little community college, and that's the best. He's good at his job. He has a lot of knowledge of his industry because he's been at it for 20, 30 years, but he's not smart enough or capable enough or frankly young enough to learn a new occupation and to just, have him out on the street overnight because for the owner of the factory, it's cheaper to produce the product, the doodad in fucking Vietnam or Guatemala or wherever the fuck. That's wrong. You got to protect that guy. That guy who might have 90 IQ points, might not be the sharpest knife in the drawer. He's a decent man, hardworking man, never raised a hand to his wife. Yelled at her a few times, sure, because the old bat, annoyed the fuck out of him, but decent man, always came home, never drunk, never did anybody any harm, raised his kids the best way he knew how. A decent guy. And you're going to, strip him of his job, of his dignity, and having him rot away for the next 20, 30 years? Is that the kind of society you want? Because it's sure as shit not the kind of society as dictator of America that I want. Fuck no. That guy who is doing the best he can deserves to be treated fairly and with compassion. And you say, oh, well, he's a white guy. Well, who gives a shit? And anyway, in my example, I didn't define him as white. He could be black. He could be Latino, Native American, Asian, whoever the fuck. He's a hardworking dude. And his wife is 50 something, and she's raised the kids as best she knew how, and she works some secretarial job or where the fuck, and she looks at her husband who's now unemployed, and not because he did anything wrong, but just because of globalization and foreign trade, and it's cheaper to have, the Guatemalans making the things that he used to be making, and she's heartbroken for him because she loves him. Of course she does. Huh? Foreign trade doesn't help. It just makes shit cheaper so that other people make a fuck ton of money and you, the regular consumer, get to buy some stupid doodad, for, a couple of bucks cheaper, but it strips a man of his dignity. It strips a family of an income. Fuck that, motherfucker. So anyway, yeah. So to go back to it, and we don't need, and the United States does not need the rest of the world. It doesn't. It is self-sufficient. Now, the next thing that the government is going to do under my dictatorship is I'm going to explicitly foment family formation, but I'm not going to subsidize families. This is key issue. Subsidies are market distortions. Okay? In every sense of the word, it doesn't matter if what we're talking about is something that is a not capitalist, not market oriented, like a family. A subsidy always distorts the market, and you don't want that. You want the chips to fall where they may. You want to encourage certain behaviors, but not subsidize them, not create the conditions where you have unhealthy dependencies, because we've seen where that leads, like welfare. Welfare, and Daniel Patrick Moynihan in 1962, in his report, The Negro Family, I think it was called The Negro Family, Daniel Patrick Moynihan said that the Great Society programs, this is 64, by the way, I'm sorry. The Great Society programs of Lyndon Johnson were going to create unhealthy dependencies among African Americans, and it would be the destruction of the African American family. And he was dead right. That's exactly what happened. Welfare destroyed the black family because it was a government subsidy that distorted the market. The market, insofar as personal relationships, it perhaps might be distasteful to think of human relationships as a market, quote unquote, but it's the best model that we have to explain what happened. And it fits the reality. It fits the data. It distorted that market, and we have to make sure that that doesn't happen. So the avowed goal is to have nuclear families with one homemaker and one breadwinner. This is the goal. A lot of times you can reach a goal when you articulate it. What do we want? We want nuclear families where we have one breadwinner and one homemaker. Doesn't matter if the guy wants to be a stay-at-home dad and the wife is going to be a big-time lawyer, fine. It doesn't fucking matter. What matters is that one parent stays and looks after the kids and raises them, and the other parent goes out and makes the money so that they can survive. And that has to be the avowed goal. And what is a poor family in this model? A poor family is a family that requires two breadwinners to survive. That's the definition of poverty. We want to aim for a society where one breadwinner in the family is enough to provide a home and a decent education for the kids and a decent life for the 4 or 5 or 6 of them, or however many. That's the avowed goal. And if a family cannot make do with one salary, that's a poor family. And we got to figure out how to get them out of poverty without subsidizing them. Providing them opportunities, yes. Creating opportunities, yes. Making other people sacrifice just a little bit so that they have an opportunity, yes, but not giving them a handout. You give them a handout and you make them dependent. It's like drug addiction. No subsidies ever. And we should also inculcate a notion that a family that leaves their children with paid childcare, we should look at them as child abusers. I mean, not call child services on them, but we should socially, as a nation, say to ourselves, they, they decided to get paid childcare for their children, and the reaction should be, Jesus Christ, that's so wrong, that's so abusive. That's the notion that should be inculcated, deliberately inculcated, whereby by the way, I'm nervous here that I'm not speaking into thin air. So why don't you just hit me with a +1, or better yet, a +333, if you are listening to me, and if everything is copacetic insofar as audio visual. I'd appreciate it. +333, so that I know that everything's cool. Anyway, we should be educating people, inculcating, fomenting the notion that paid childcare is quasi child abuse, that only the parents can take care of children. Only parents can give their children the best care, because we know that this is true. Thank you. Thank you for the +333. We know it's true that the actual parents care for the kids far more than any paid hand. And come on, I mean, who the fuck are you kidding by saying that, oh no, childcare is just as good as a parent? Fuck off, man. That's a lie. And we all know it's a lie. Huh? Just as we know that paid care for the elderly is not the same as you or your family members looking after an elderly relative, a grandfather or a grandmother or whatnot. We know it's not, because we've seen it. We've seen fucking TikTok videos of these paid elderly healthcare workers abusing the fucking elderly person. We've seen it. And that never happens with family members. I mean, I've had to deal with elderly family members. They're fucking annoying as fuck. Do you think for a second that I'm gonna like beat them up or abuse them the way that has appeared in videos on TikTok and whatnot? Come on, of course not. Nobody would, because you know them, you care about them. They are the people that you love. They irritate you to no end, sure. But there's a great difference between being irritated and abusing. And the very fact that you have all these memories of this person when they were in better shape, that's that love that you feel for them will never allow you to come even close to abusing them. You'll be irritated by them. You want to yell at them, sure. But there's a great difference between that and abuse, which is what we see with paid care workers. We want to discourage that at all costs. Mhm. And we don't want to discourage that, by the way, not merely for the sake of preventing abuse towards the elderly. No, we want to be encouraging this, or preventing paid childcare and paid elderly care, Because see, when people feel that the people that they love, who love them, will look after them, it gives them great comfort. They don't feel so alone. And you all have seen elderly people at some, perhaps a very fancy elderly care facility, and they feel so lonely. They are lonely. They're away from the people that they love. Do you want to be that person? Honestly, do you want to be that old man, that old woman, and the people that you love, that you raised, your children, your grandchildren, you see them, oh, once in a while, Thanksgiving and Christmas, maybe. Do you really want to live like that? Do you want that to be your future? I certainly don't. I mean, I know I'm going to be an old fart, decrepit and drooling, probably. But I hope that the person wiping my drool is my child or my grandchild, hopefully. I don't want it to be some stranger. Do you? Hmm? Okay, so yeah, friendly policies. Here are a bunch of family friendly policies, and don't give me shit that some of it might be against my rules on subsidies, because I'll explain in just a minute. First, families with 3 children or more pay no income tax. Simple as that. And this shit pays for itself. Okay, see, because families that have 3 or more children, they're going to be middle class families for the most part. The income tax that you will lose from this will be more than made up for over the years and decades by these extra children. Yeah. And so just tell everybody, look, you have 1 or 2 kids and you pay income tax. You have 3 kids or more, no income tax. You're going to see a fucking baby boom, motherfucker. Of course. Of course you will. See? Because people are going to realize, hey, yeah, I can save with having another kid. And every parent knows that between having 1 or 2 kids and having another one, it's no big leap. It's not really. Okay. Especially if they're close together. Because the first one is the big hump, if you will. Sorry for the pun. But the first one, yeah, you get over that. And then the second and third are like, yeah, no big deal, because it's really not. It's just marginal. Okay. The cost is the first one. But after that, yeah. Now, here's something else. The maternity leave. A maternity leave of 18 months paid by the company. Now, why? Well, because what will happen is that it'll discourage companies from hiring women, especially women who are going to have families. And you want that. You want women to not be in the workforce. You want to push them into having babies. Yeah. Push them or nudge them, and Cass Sunstein's kind of despicable phrase. You want to be nudging them into having babies. And companies, what will happen is that, see, they're not going to be really happy about hiring a woman who is who's of age to have children of her own. And so what will happen to these women, they'll find it tough in the labor market, and they'll start thinking, why don't I just like fucking have babies and fuck it all? And that's what they'll do. Just a little push. 18 months paid maternity leave. And maternity. And insofar as paternity leave, which I think should be implemented, 3 months of unpaid and obligatory paternity leave. Okay. That is, fathers should be not working for 3 months without pay. Why? Well, multiple reasons. But see, for the prime one is that you want to have the father invested in the kid, number one, and you want him to be eager to get back to work. Because after 3 months, after 90 days of not getting a paycheck, he's going to be like climbing the walls. And this will actually be a good thing for the company and for the man, for everybody involved, because he'll be really focused on his job, really focused on succeeding, whatsoever that job may be, no matter how lowly the job is. See? Because when a man has been unemployed for a time, or in this case, has not been perceiving income for a time, he gets panicky and a little bit desperate and a little bit like, climbing the walls. You want that. You want to encourage that behavior because it'll be to the benefit of everybody involved. He'll be motivated. And of course, spending 3 months with his newborn child will encourage him to become very attached to the child and very concerned about the child. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, especially when the baby is at the youngest, you're just born, right? You have no idea how powerful a relationship can become between a father and a newborn child. Something else that happens, and a lot of other fathers will tell you the same thing. See, babies, they look remarkably like the family members of the father. When my son was born, okay, he was maybe 3 minutes old. He was being weighed. He had just been born, literally, okay? And he had been crying and screaming and just not very happy, in this cold world because it'd been so nice and warm just a minute ago. And here he was outside and fuck this shit, right? And he, cried himself out, and he's finally a little bit calm, right? And he's lying on the little bassinet where he's being weighed. Um, and he's finally like exhausted and calming down. And he looked at me. I was actually the first person he ever looked at. And thank God I took pictures of him in that moment. I took a bunch of pictures. I just hit the button and just like kept on snapping away as I was looking at him. I wasn't looking at the camera, I was looking at him. And what was shocking is that he looked like my paternal grandfather. I mean, the spitting image, okay? But he looked like my paternal grandfather when my paternal grandfather was an older man. And then later I showed those pictures to my sister, and she was like, "Holy shit, he looks like our grandfather." Our grandfather had passed away. In fact, he had passed away before we were born. But comparing pictures of him when he had been alive, of course, and pictures of my newborn son, they were identical. And over the next few weeks, I spent all of my time with the kid. I was not going to work at all. And sometimes he'd look like my mother. Sometimes he'd look like my paternal grandfather. Sometimes he would look like me and my dad. My dad and I look very similar. It was just a weird kaleidoscope. And every time I would spy on him, a new face that reminded me of some family member, I grew more attached to him. Mm. And I've talked to other fathers about this, and they agree. It's the same fucking thing. And it's a powerful thing. Okay. You want to encourage that on a societal level. You don't want the daddy to spend like a week or two and then go back to work and never see the fucking kid. No, you want him to spend time deliberately to form that stronger bond with the kid, be it a son or a daughter. Okay. It's so important, and it must be fomented. You see? So that's why that particular policy. Um, Homosexual adoption and surrogacy and other unnatural arrangements should be prohibited across the board. Okay. And, anybody who says that, oh, homosexual parents are just as good as regular parents, no, they're not. No, it happens all the time that the homosexual parents, the homosexual couple, adopts some child and sexually abuses him or her. It happens all the fucking time. Huh? In fact, the statistics are really fucking ugly in that regard. And I don't need to tell you, go look for them yourself. You've got Google, and you will find some really ugly shit going on. It is going on. And surrogacy and all the rest of it, all of these unnatural attempts to have a child, they cannot replace the natural family formation of a man and a woman. They can't. See, because what happens, and it's very obvious, it shouldn't be obvious. It shouldn't need to be pointed out. It's just so true. It's like the sky is blue. See, you always take care more of things that are yours than something that you inherited or found. Something that you earned, that you worked for, that you created. You're always going to look after it a lot more carefully than if you just found it lying on the street. It's inevitable. It's human nature. It's the sunk cost fallacy, okay? Which is one of the defects of thinking of human beings. But at the same time, the sunk cost fallacy leads us to behaviors which in the long run are very beneficial. If you have a kid and you suffered to have the kid, in the sense of like you as a woman went through labor, you as a man have to work like a dog to get the money, you look after that child much more. It matters much more. And this is a truism. But, some homosexual couple that, basically adopts some child that somebody else had, that somebody else sacrificed for, they look at it like a toy. And same with a family that uses a surrogate to have a child. It's not theirs. They're not going to look after that child. And the statistics show that in such cases, they abuse the child much more, multiples of natural born families. So fuck that shit. No, if you don't like it, fuck off. I could care less. If that makes me homophobic, fine. Motherfucker, I'm the dictator. You can call me whatever the fuck I want. And if I don't like it very much, I'm just going to put you up against the fucking wall and have my Marines, blow you to smithereens. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it's good that it did. Anyway, unwed mothers should be discouraged at all costs because obvious. I mean, we don't need to discuss how bad unwed mothers are. They should be discouraged, and the father and the woman's extended family should be penalized and prosecuted by the government. This is a key issue because, see, insofar as unwed mothers are concerned, right? Oh, the woman got pregnant, big deal. Yeah. Fuck that. Personal responsibility and your obligation to the collective. Because you see, an unwed mother who has a child, who cares for that child? Who has to subsidize that child? The collective, by way of welfare, some shit like that, right? Well, we're not going to have welfare in my dictatorship. Fuck no. We are going to have people looking after their own. A woman, an unwed mother, has a kid. That's not your problem or my problem or the government's problem. No, it's her problem. Her problem and her family's problem. And the guy who knocked her up, his problem too. It's not your problem. Your tax dollar should not go to subsidize some unwed mother. It shouldn't. And in my dictatorship, it won't. The unwed mother, her parents, they get penalized. They are forced to pay for the woman's hospital care and all the rest of it. Food, shelter, all that good shit. And of course, the man, him too. And we have DNA technology, right? So when the child is born, we just take a simple blood test and figure out who the father is. And we have social workers there to go and figure out who the father is so that he, quote unquote, mans up. And if he doesn't want to man up, or if the parents don't want to man up, then they go to prison. Simple as that. I mean, if garnering their wages is not enough for them to, quote unquote, step up, no problem. We got the county jail and we throw them in jail. Fuck yeah. And what'll happen because of this? What'll happen is fucking obvious. See, the parents of this dumb fucking idiot woman are going to make sure that she doesn't have an unwanted child. She doesn't get pregnant. Now, you think to yourself, oh, this is going to mean that there are going to be a shit ton of abortions. No. They're going to start controlling her sexuality, pressuring her to not get pregnant. She's got some boyfriend. She likes to fuck him. Good on her. But her parents, they're going to be thinking, girl, you're not going to be fucking like a fucking bunny because we're going to wind up paying for it. Up to and including jail time. Fuck that. And you see what will happen. They'll start controlling her sexuality, which we want. Of course we do. We don't want some dumb fucking idiot chick to have a bunch of kids and no man and no money from anybody, and you, me, everybody else having to pay for this kid with our tax dollars. Fuck that. That's not fair. She should take care of it. Her parents should take care of it. The man who got her pregnant should take care of it. And we don't have any problem with the child, but we have a problem of why is this responsibility being placed on other people who have nothing to do with the situation, who were not irresponsible? I mean, yeah, you, for instance, you're a regular guy and you had this girlfriend, long-term girlfriend, you were there together 2 years or whatever the fuck, and you knocked her up, right? And you're like, oh, honey, I love you and I can't wait to have this kid. This is a bad moment, but fuck it. Let's get married. And you guys got married and you looked after her and you earned a living and you paid for the hospital and you did everything right. Why the fuck should you, who did everything right, pay for some dumb fucking bitch who did everything wrong? Why is it your responsibility? Why is your financial responsibility by way of your taxes? It's not. Okay? Okay, so there. The establishment of strictly male, another thing of family policy, which foments family formation. the establishment, and I don't have a clear idea of this, but it's an idea that I want to implement. The establishment of strictly male and strictly female associations, groups, and clubs among young people. Okay. The male spaces will encourage camaraderie, mutual aid, and self sufficiency as male ideals. And the female space will encourage domesticity, child rearing, and will elevate motherhood as an ideal to aspire to, because it is. Because, see, so many dumb fucking women and women who are listening to me, I know I'm insulting you, but this is the truth, what I'm about to say, and everybody fucking knows it except you, dumb fucking idiots between the ages of 18 and 32 who don't understand the following. A career will not give you any kind of satisfaction, nothing in comparison to raising a child. Your child, your baby that you grew in your womb and you gave birth to, it will give you more satisfaction and more joy than anything in your life ever will. Running around doing stupid Excel spreadsheets or ridiculous PowerPoint presentations or bringing your boss the latte or whatever the fuck, it pales in comparison and is completely trivial compared to having a child of your own. And if you don't believe me, as I'm sure you don't, because you're listening to me and you say, "Oh, this middle-aged fart, what the fuck he knows about me being, 22-year-old girl and YOLO and all the rest of it." Talk to any 40-year-old woman who's got nothing but a cat and a bottle of wine on a Saturday night. Ask her what she would give her right and left arm to have. And I'll tell you right now what she would give anything to have, which is a child of her own. You ask a 40-year-old mother of 2, 3 children, young teenagers, kids between ages, I don't know, 8 and 15, 16, right? You ask her, is she happy? And she'll say, no, these fucking kids annoy the fuck out of me and this and that and that. And you stop them and you say, but are you really happy? And she'll tell you, yes. Because on any given day, children are annoying as fuck. You ask a woman who's a mother, and she will say that she's very unhappy with her life because these fucking brats are fucking up her life and she wants to do this, that, the other, and they're just annoying. You ask that same woman when she's 55, 60, and her children are healthy, responsible grown-ups. And the kind of satisfaction she'll have will be incandescent, literally. And you ask a woman who is childless and 55, well, she'll be suicidal. She'll be on all kinds of antidepressants. She'll be brittle. She'll be so deeply unhappy. I mean, the unhappiness will come off of her in waves. I mean, it'll be like this weird glow of blackness. I've met such women, and they are a sad sight to behold. You're a young woman. You want babies. You want to have lots of babies. It'll make you happy. Your body was made for it, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's fair or not, whether you believe in God or evolution. Either way, the result is the same. Either God made you this way or you have evolved this way into wanting children and getting tremendous satisfaction out of having children. This unnatural urge for a woman to pursue a career, the only reason it exists in our society is because corporations and governments have been trying to figure out a way to lower the cost of labor. And they figured out the greatest way to do it was to encourage women to go into the workforce. Because you see, if a woman goes into the workforce, there are more workers available. Therefore, the price of labor goes down. And the governments encourage this because with more workers, more tax revenue. This is what's going on. This is why you have been encouraged as a young woman to pursue a career. And the thing is, see, you're not going to get any satisfaction out of it. And this has actually been proven. In Ireland, a few years ago, they did a study before COVID. They did a study of professional women in Ireland. You can look this up in Google. It's very easy to find. Professional women in Ireland who had to, for various reasons, they had to quit their job and look after a relative, either a child or an elderly parent or another or some other relative. They had to look after them because reasons, right? And they interviewed them a year later. And 2/3 of them felt more satisfaction than when they were working and had no intention of going back to the workforce. 2/3 of them. And all of them were professional women who were successful. See? Women naturally, instinctively, built into them by God and evolution, prefer to have close, tight relationships, caring relationships with the people that they look after and care and love for. Mm, mm. This policy would simply encourage that. Encourage women to strive to be mothers so that they can be happier. There are, of course, women, many women, who prefer a professional life, but they are exceptional. They are exceptional and they're not very common for obvious reasons. See? Because if they were the norm, we wouldn't have babies at all. You see what I'm saying? So, anyway, my society would definitely foment that. Hang on a second. Let me just clear my eyes because I'm not seeing this very properly. It's goddamn small, and I should have made it bigger, but fuck it. Male spaces, female spaces, yeah. And homosexuals will be aggressively rooted out and held up as exemplars of decadence and degeneracy because they are. Homosexuals add nothing to our society. They don't give me any bullshit that they do. They don't. See? Our society should discourage homosexuality and alternative sexuality and gender fluidity and all that bullshit. Yeah. Actively discourage it. See, because the gender fluid people, they're actually right. Okay. Sexuality is fluid. Uh-huh. And there are some men who are more masculine and more feminine, and they slide more towards the gay side of things. And same with women. Mhm. There are some women who are more feminine and more masculine, and they sort of like slide. See? But see, you can simply encourage them to go in one direction or another. Mhm. Most people are very clearly feminine or masculine, or straight or gay. The liminal cases, just give them a little push. Nudge them. Again, to repeat Cass Sunstein's little observation, you can just nudge them and you will have fewer homosexuals. And you want to have fewer homosexuals because homosexuals in general are disruptive. They are disruptive and they undermine family formation. Because their hedonistic pursuit of sexual pleasure gives ideas to people who would ordinarily be just vanilla heterosexuals and have families. And as a society, that's what you want. You want to have vanilla heterosexuals who will have babies. You want that. Of course you do. But if you have a substantial or visible or vocal homosexual minority that is pursuing sexual hedonism, it gives other people who are liminal, the idea that, oh, maybe I'm not going to just, have babies and have a family and whatnot. I'll just start fucking around. Mhm. It gives them ideas. You don't want that. Mhm. You don't want that at all. It's the same process by which, see, when you are the broken window theory of crime prevention, where you go to a neighborhood and you see a lot of broken windows because people have thrown rocks at them and nothing has happened to them, that you start to commit more crimes. Yeah, you're subliminally encouraged to do something because of the clues, the outward clues that you see of your environment. Same with homosexuals. Homosexuals should be actively repressed. I mean, not persecuted. I mean, I'm going to get to the illegal aliens in there. I'm saying that, fuck yeah, let's go and persecute them. And if you want to shoot them and kill them, sure, no problem. And I'll explain why in just a minute. But homosexuals, yeah, discourage them. Like I said, don't actively go out and harm them, but make it clear that there is no social approval for them, because there shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that gay people are celebrated. On the contrary, and any kind of gay pride, prohibited. Fuck yeah. No, don't want that at all. There should be family day and family parade and family pride day. Fuck yeah. And, the prize goes to the family with the most kids. Yeah. But gay pride, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that in the ass. Like the gays like it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't give a fuck at this point. So anyway, by the way, hit me with a +1 if you fuckers can, or +333 if you fuckers are still like listening to me and everything's copacetic. Okay. Oh man, this is gonna be fucking long, man. Jesus Christ. But anyway, I don't care. Racial and immigration policy. Okay, so there should be an explicit endorsement of the melting pot model. That's what I do in my dictatorship. See, and an outlawing and ostracism of racial essentialism. Racial essentialism, for those of you who don't know, is the notion of emphasizing the different races and emphasizing the notion of racism and discrimination, all this shit. Fuck that. We should go in the opposite direction, the melting pot model. Okay. Now, racial self consciousness coupled with racial diversity always leads to domestic chaos and eventually civil war. Okay. And this has been seen countless times. And, a lot of people say that diversity is our strength. Oh, yeah? Really, motherfucker? Then how come in every fucking Middle Eastern country that has ethnic diversity, they always fall into civil war? Every single fucking one of them. Mhm. Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, they all fall into civil war. I mean, let's not even get started about Africa. Africa, where all the borders were arbitrarily decided by the European colonizers. I mean, in some countries, man, they killed people faster than in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for crying out loud, in the Rwanda genocide. Okay. I mean, they hate each other. And there is diversity. How come diversity isn't their strength, huh? Because it isn't. Because experience has taught us that when you have an ethnically diverse nation, you always decay into chaos and eventually into civil war and genocide. It happens every single fucking time. Every time, no exceptions. The Armenian genocide. Why do you think that happened? Huh? Because there were like a bunch of Turks with these fucking Armenians in the same fucking house. This always happens. The only solution is the melting pot model. The only one. Okay? And don't get me in this fuck all bullshit. I'm sick and tired of the lies and bullshit, by the way, of like diversity is our strength. No, history teaches the exact opposite. Every single fucking time. There has never been an ethnically heterogeneous society except Switzerland. That's the only fucking one. And do you know why? By the way, I had a fascinating conversation about this precise topic in 2012 in Andermatt with the owner of a ski shop where I was buying my skis. And the name of the guy slips my mind, or I don't even remember it, right? Some fucking Swiss kraut name, whatever the fuck the fucker was called, but he was a smart motherfucker. And he explained to me something that I didn't really know. And I read up on it later, and it's absolutely true. See, Switzerland was basically a nation of outcasts. They were Italian outcasts, German outcasts, and French outcasts. And of course, they were outcasts who were kicked out of their countries. They lost political battles and whatnot, or religious battles or whatnot. And they went to Switzerland. And what is Switzerland? It is a mountainous country with nothing. Okay? I mean, it doesn't have any fucking anything. Huh? I mean, it's beautiful. Anybody who's ever been to Switzerland can attest to that. It is one of the most beautiful countries on earth, but you can't eat beauty. Now, can you? Huh? You can't survive with beauty. Doesn't give you shelter. You see those beautiful mountains and those beautiful valleys. You know, those fucking people who got there, they had to fucking starve to death and freeze to death while they built their fucking shacks to survive. Okay? And so all those people of those three different regions and the Romanche, and I forget where the Romanche came from, but anyway, all those fucking people, yeah, they were diverse, but they were all outcasts and they were all in the same boat. And that's why it kind of survives. And on top of that, the kind of government that they created for themselves is kind of unique, and it's a federation, the Helvetica Federation, okay? Because they're not actually all mixed in together. They have their separate zones, okay? All those zones together make up Switzerland. But inside each of them, each of the cantons are very, very separate, okay? And they're self-consciously separate. And they want it that way. And in one canton, they speak French, and another German, and another Italian, and another Romanche. And they're very strict about this. See? Not even there is diversity a strength. Huh? So don't give me this bullshit. I mean, I'm a native. I know better. I'm not some fucking tourist who doesn't know shit. Okay? So, The period 1900 to 1985 was remarkably free of this problem of internal divisions based on race because of the melting pot model. It's very important to understand that. And there's something else too. Up until 1964, the United States was, for all intents and purposes, an apartheid state. And a lot of people think that, the whites suppressing the blacks and keeping them separate. Yeah, but the blacks wanted to be separate too. That's something that they always kind of like ignore. See, a lot of the black activists wanted to maintain a separate but equal status. They didn't want integration. You know who wanted integration? The big companies and the big factories, General Motors and Ford Motor Company. They wanted integration because they wanted more workers, larger workforce, so they could pay less money to the workers. And if that reminds you of feminism and what I was arguing about before, exactly. Now you understand why one of the biggest donors to Ms. Magazine was the American Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, see, integration. A lot of integration in the post-war period was fomented by American industry to bring in more workers to Ohio, Michigan, so as to lower the price of labor. That was the point of it. That's why there was huge migration of blacks from the deep South into Michigan, into Wisconsin, into Ohio, into all of the Midwest, basically, is because of that. People say otherwise, you don't know labor history, man. Just go look at it. And you don't even have to look very far, okay? It's right the fuck there. But, they don't want to connect the dots. And they're real fucking easy. But anyway. See, pre-1900, pre-melting pot, in the United States, there was enormous racial and religious strife. And people don't realize this, but one of the really good exemplars of this was a fairly bad movie, Gangs of New York, the Martin Scorsese picture, where it discusses a little bit of this. See, you got to understand, before 1900, before the evolution of the melting pot model, the Irish, the Jews, the Italians, the Ukrainians, the Swedes, they all hated each other. And they all hated each other's guts like really badly and lived separate lives. Everybody talks about Little Italy. Why the fuck you think Little Italy emerged, right? Oh, but they're white. No, they were fucking Italians. And the Anglos hated them. The Jews hated them. Everybody hated each other. They all hated each other's guts. And it was only with this notion of the great American melting pot that took several decades to emerge, okay? It wasn't like an overnight thing. Eventually, all these people started to mingle. That's what happened. But before, in the past, dude, they used to say there were signs that said dogs and Irish not allowed or something like that. I'm not kidding. All kinds of anti-Irish sentiment. They hated the Irish. Everybody hated the Irish, just as everybody hated the Italians and everybody hated the Jews. They all hated each other. They were all, quote unquote, white. But they were different religions and different races, because Italians, ethnic Italians, ethnic French, ethnic Germans, ethnic Swedes, ethnic Ukrainians, ethnic Irish, ethnic British, ethnic Scottish. They are all very, very different. They just happen to have white skin. But they're different, radically different. And anybody who has a little bit of sophistication and have been around Europe can tell you that right away. You can tell at a glance somebody who's French from somebody who's Dutch. I certainly can. And I'm fucking blind, for crying out loud. And I can tell. Come on, So anyway, the point. See, you have to integrate this population. You have to nip this racial essentialism shit. Nip it in the bud. Just ostracize it. Eliminate it. Prosecute people. Fucking A, I'd do that. Up to and including public execution. Sure. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. The whole thing of me being squeamish, I'm not. Squeamishness and me, no. If we have to shoot somebody, sure. Just make sure that it's, tidy. Put like a plastic matting below the guy before you shoot him in the head. That's my thinking. And insofar as anybody who's pushing racial essentialism, that will inevitably lead to chaos and destruction of a society, as we have seen countless times before in other countries, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Africa, all of the whole fucking continent, Rwanda and all the rest of it, as we have seen it happen there, and we are seeing it happen in the United States, we want to, it's chaotic now. They haven't started killing people yet, but it's not going to be long before they start killing people. So we have to nip it, and we have to push melting pot, the melting pot ideal, and anybody who opposes up against the wall. No hesitation. Anybody who pushes critical race theory, whites evil, any kind of racial animus, the instant a person is identified as pushing racial animus, fine, $10,000 for the first offense, 1 year prison the second, third time up against the wall, no hesitation. And by the way, when I get to it, I'm going to be discussing public executions because I think it's essential. But anyway, oh man, I'm enjoying myself. Let me see. Oh wow, I got 1,200 of you guys listening to me. Okay, who here is enjoying this shit so far? Huh? Hit me with +1. No, I'm not Jewish. I'm uncircumcised Catholic. Somebody here is. I'm putting it up here. Matthew Okaps. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Huh. Coach Red Pill is Jewish? Haha. No. Roman Catholic, uncircumcised. Do you want me to send you a picture of my cock? Huh? Okay, so everybody's enjoying themselves. I'm enjoying myself. Dude, man, I'm having a great fucking time. This is fucking great. I love being dictator of America. I mean, I'm ready. I'm telling you fuckers right now. You guys overthrow Joe Biden and Pelosi's and Schumer's Congress, and I will take power and I will implement this shit. This is fun. This is cool. Yeah. So yeah, I'm tanned, rested, and ready, motherfucker. So anyway, let's keep on cracking with this shit. Okay. So as I was saying, pre-1900, there was all this racial strife. And it was the melting pot model. Melting pot model was actually, it really coalesced with the Second World War, because all of these units in the Second World War, because of incidents that had happened in the First World War, in the Second World War, everybody was mixed and matched. There were no any kind of racially homogenous or geographically homogenous units. It was more the issue of geographic homogeneity rather than racial homogeneity. But because of this, the mixing up of people from all sorts of places, that Jews, Irish, Italians, British, French, all different kinds of races came into close proximity with one another, and the whole melting pot thing became like a much bigger thing. Okay, military service is a great way to make everyone the same, to level everybody. And I'm very much in favor of national service, and I'm going to get to it in a second. I mean, in fact, in my dictatorship, there will be national service. But before 1900, there was a whole shitload of problems. After 1945, with the melting pot model firmly in place, at least among the non-Black population, there was a great deal of social stability in the United States. The melting pot model works. And anybody who says different, they're pushing some agenda. They're racial essentialists. They're bullshit artists. It's a lie. Okay. Now, freeze on immigration and repeal of the 1965 Immigration Act. Okay. We don't want any more immigrants in the United States. No, we want them gone. Okay. No more immigrants, period. First of all, immigration, especially on the higher end, is bad for the countries from which these people come. Think of it. You get like some Indian engineer, right? And comes to the United States and make a shit ton of money and all the rest of it, and works in San Francisco, Palo Alto, wherever the fuck. Yeah, good on him, right? But what did you strip from India? I mean, if I were Indian, I'd be pissed as fuck, because it's a brain drain. It's a brain drain for India, and it's bad for America because that Indian engineer, well, he's basically driving down the wages of some American engineer. American engineer, be he white, black, he could be Indian American, okay? But still, the immigrant is driving down the wage of the native worker, the Native American, not the Native American as an Indian, but the guy who's actually an American, right? You don't want any more immigration at any level. Fuck that, okay? You don't want it at a lower level because they're just going to be fucking criminals, and they are. Don't give me shit that they aren't. Okay. And you don't want it at the higher level because you're going to be driving down the wage of somebody deserving in your own fucking country. Huh? I mean, have some fucking national loyalty for crying out loud, huh? You have a problem with this? I mean, think here, huh? Okay, freeze on immigration and deport all illegal aliens, as well as those born in the US to illegal aliens. Now, this is a contentious issue. I don't care. I'm the dictator. I'm the dictator, and I tell you that the children born of illegal aliens are not US citizens. Hmm? And by the way, I redefine citizens in just a little bit, but we don't want them around. No, get gone. You're an illegal alien and you had a kid in the States. Well, he's not a citizen, and you strip him of citizenship. He's going to have the passport of the country of his parents. Okay. Just about every country in the world grants a passport and citizenship to the child of a national who is born outside of the country. So the kid is not going to be suffering. Okay. And you say, well, the kid has never lived in the other country. Well, it's not my problem. It's not your problem. It's his parents' problem. And his parents have to give an explanation, but fuck off. Simple as that. Just get rid of him. Okay. Now, that's insofar as the racial immigration policy. Okay. And that's just like the bare bones. I'm realizing all this shit is just like the bare bones because I got a lot more thoughts about all this shit. Right. But I want to do it at a reasonable size presentation. Holy fuck. I'm gone 108 minutes so far. And I'm not even 40% through the fucking presentation. Okay, let me hurry up. Okay, corporate lobbying has to be banned, period. And this is corporate policy. Insofar as corporate policy, we need a coherent, systematic approach to corporations. Okay? Now, first, as the dictator, here are the first things I do, like right off the bat. Okay? Just to mark the tenor. A ban on corporate lobbying, insider trading, and any other enrichment scheme by an elected official merits instant arrest and imprisonment. No statute of limitation on the measure. Okay. That is, anybody who enriched themselves because of their public service goes to jail and all of their assets stripped. Okay. And stripped preemptively. That is, they have to prove that they earned it. Okay. They don't get to keep it while the shit goes through courts. No. They have to prove that it's theirs. And if they can't prove it, tough titty, said the kid. Tough titty, said the kitty, as correctly said. Okay. No public servant, this is important. No public servant can work for any private corporation that they regulate for 10 years following the end of their government work. You see, we want to end the revolving door between regulators and the private sector. So many regulators, they work as regulators and then they exit their jobs and they immediately get picked up in a nice, cushy job at one of the companies that they used to regulate. Now, this obviously leads to corruption. I mean, what are we fucking talking about? This is legalistic corruption that I discussed earlier. See? I mean, if you are allowing this to happen, see, I'm working at the SEC, the Securities and Exchanges Commission, right? And I'm regulating, say, Citibank and Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan and the other banks, right? See, I'm thinking to myself, next year I'm planning on leaving the SEC because I want to make more money. And I'm probably going to apply for work at one of these banks because, after all, I know the regulation. I can help them out, advise them on the regulation, whatnot. So, am I going to be really, really hard on them? Fuck no. Will I really regulate them and make sure that they're on the up and up and, following the straight and narrow? Fuck no. I don't want to alienate them. I'm going to be nice and quote unquote flexible so that when I leave my government job, they'll hire me. In fact, I won't even leave my job until I've interviewed with them and gotten a nice job offer. And maybe just before I leave, I help them out on some matter here or there that, won't mean much to me, but represents a few $billion to them. Sure. Fuck yeah, I'm going to do that. That's what happens. That is literally what happens, by the way. I'm not making it up. I wish I were. That happens in not just the finance area, but also in the FDA, the CDC, and just about every government regulatory body. There is a revolving door between the regulator and the industry that is being regulated. And so because of it, the regulations mean nothing because it's not even that they're broken. It's all illegal, legalistic corruption. You see what I'm saying? I mean, dude, do you think that this is good or bad? If you think it's good, give it a G. in the chat. I'm looking at you guys now. If you think it's good, give it a G, and if you think it's bad, give it a B. And if you think it's really bad, hit like B B B B B, so that I know. Because come on, man. I mean, that is just fucking corrupt as fuck. Huh? And that's what's happening. And nobody's saying fucking shit, man. Dude. Okay, so anyway. Oh, lots of G's. You fuckers are corrupt motherfuckers. I'll tell you that. Yeah. It's good. Huh? You think it's a good thing. Yeah. You think it's a free market. No, it's not a free market. If you think it's a free market, then you have been conditioned. You have lost any kind of moral compass. This is horrible. This is fucking bad. In any other civilized country, this practice would be ended instantly. And point of fact, in previous countries, people who broke these laws, they were executed, justifiably so, because they broke the public trust. The regulators, the people who are supposed to look after for the collective good, are bought by the very industry that they are supposed to regulate. And this is unconscionable. And so I'd eliminate it right off the bat, the first day. Okay. And and the most egregious people who have committed these crimes, I'd have them publicly executed. Oh yeah. See, there's the Vietnam Memorial Wall. Do it there. I am positive that the soldiers who are named there would approve. Fuck yeah. I mean, they used to frag lieutenants for giving out crazy orders, right? Yeah. You want to, execute a few of these regulators for blatant corruption? I think that was as good a place as any, so that it's memorable, so that people remember. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm in favor of public executions, and I'm going to explain why in just a little bit. Yeah, like what I was saying, no public service can work in any private corporation for 10 years. And in certain sensitive industries, finance, healthcare, food, that ban is permanent. No regulator can ever work in the private sector of the industry that they regulate. And so far as finance is concerned, and food regulation in particular, I think that this is reasonable. I think it's completely reasonable. One could argue that, for instance, in the Highway Transportation Safety Board, that maybe in that you can have the guy after 10 years working in the car industry. Maybe. But in finance, in food, in medicine, no, fuck that. Yeah, no public service can accept payment of any sort from any private entity while working in the public sector. Just a blanket ban on any income from the private sector for public workers, especially as you go up the hierarchy. And what does that mean when I say especially? It's prohibited for all, but see, if it's some DMV type person, a fine. If it's some higher up like Fauci, lifetime prison. Yeah, right away. The higher the job, and this should be insofar as the justice system, which I'll get to in just a moment, in the justice system of my dictatorship, the greater the position, the greater the responsibility. Ergo, the greater and higher up the position, the worse the punishments. Because somebody who's really high up in the totem pole, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. And I believe that there are some crimes that should be punishable by death. Absolutely. And I am aware of the argument that there is a percentage of people who will be executed erroneously, because any human justice system will inevitably make mistakes. And therefore, if a human justice system makes mistakes, it will wind up inevitably executing somebody who is innocent. I'm aware of that, but it's a cost that would have to be borne. Somebody like Fauci, at that level, insofar as the bureaucracy is concerned, who commits some egregious act of corruption, not to call it evil, which is what it really is, he should be executed. No question. No question. Executed by firing squad. Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, going back to this. No company, here's the corporate policy. Those are the initial policies that I would implement to stamp out that that corruption, that legalistic corruption that I talked about. But then insofar as companies are concerned, no company can have more than 15% of market share because you want to eliminate. Remember what I talked about autarky, which is self-sufficiency and localism. This means that you want to break up monopolies at all costs. You never want any company to have more than 15% of a market share in any industry. Never more than 15%. Okay? Break it up. Apply the trust laws. By the way, see, the reason we have all these monopolies, okay, is because we are not applying the antitrust laws that are already on the books. If the United States government started applying those antitrust laws, a lot of these monopolies, like Amazon and all the rest of it, they'd be broken up long ago, as they should have been. See? But they paid off the right lobbyists, and that's why they're not applying these antitrust laws. See? I would apply them and make sure that no company has more than 15% of a market share in any given industry. Now, if a monopoly is required, as has happened, like for instance, the telephone monopoly, water monopolies, and whatnot, see, then it is regulated like a utility and semi-nationalized. Now, what do I mean by semi-nationalized? Well, 50% or more is owned by the government. Simple as that, okay? And its stock is traded in a limited extent, and 50 plus one of the board members are appointed by the government. It's regulated like a utility, okay? Its prices, the aim of the monopoly should be lowest price possible, best service possible. Those are the two aims. And sure, there are certain companies that are very obviously going to have to be monopolies. Like for instance, Twitter, to give a trivial example, because Twitter in the scheme of things is very small, but it represents the voice of essentially everyone. Twitter ought to be nationalized and turned into a utility. Same with Facebook. And Facebook should be broken up. Because these are communications companies that have become essential to modern life. Now, this is new development, good on Jack Dorsey and good on Zuckerberg. But the fact is that they have reached a point of being monopolies, and therefore they cannot be allowed to be private enterprise for the simple fact that they are abusing individual users by silencing them. If they are a universal communications platform that everybody uses, it's essentially like the telephone. Now, in the past, the telephone company did not prohibit you from using the telephone. In fact, the telephone company didn't listen to your calls or do anything to your calls. Of course not. It's a telephone company. Communications companies like Facebook, like Twitter, like a few of the others, they should be regulating the exact same way because they are monopolies and they tend towards monopolies naturally. Because, of course, if you have a few Twitter users and a few, Parler users and a few Getter users, what happens inevitably is that more and more are going to accrete to one or the other for whatever reason. I mean, if you start off with the same number, say, for the sake of argument, you started with 100,000 users each in Getter, Twitter, and Parler. Okay? We start at the same starting line. And what's going to happen inevitably is that for whatever reason, one is going to become more popular than the others. It doesn't matter why this is going to happen. It will happen. It could be that it provides better service, or it could be that one of them, is the exclusive content provider of something really just fascinating that everybody wants to see, or some like really great footage, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? And so what will happen is that one of these three platforms in this hypothetical will grow and grow and grow, and suddenly it'll become a monopoly. And this happens every time with these communications companies. Because what happens, of course, is that, see, when there is one communications company, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, and people start using it, and then other people hear about those users and they join it as well, and starts accreting users. And it eventually always ends up as a monopoly. But then what happens with that company? All of a sudden, it has all the people's communications. And so it can start suppressing people for reasons of its own. Whether you think those reasons are fair or not is irrelevant. It will do it. And you might think it's fair now that they're suppressing, Mr. X over there whom you don't like his speech, right? But soon enough, Facebook or Twitter are going to turn that same rationale on you or people that you like. See? So the problem becomes, of course, you got to go by the golden rule. And the golden rule is not merely do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It's also do not do unto others the way you do not want them to do unto you. If you silence somebody, they will silence you eventually. And that's what's happened with Twitter, with Facebook. They silence people, manipulate the information. So they have to be nationalized. They have to be nationalized and they have to be tightly regulated. And tight regulation means that nobody's speech is infringed upon and no algorithm is manipulated so as to give more weight to one point of view or another. And of course, it cannot be that Facebook and Twitter's algorithm is released to the public, because if it were, it would be gamed by black hat, bad guys, right? So, and not merely like, evil people, but people want to just game it so that they can make money off of some stupid little scheme or whatever the fuck. So, of course, the algorithm of these companies uh, cannot be made public, but it has to be examined by some regulator. A regulator, which, again, by the previous example, by the previous statement, rather, will never work for one of these companies. See, and therefore he has no incentive to be easy on them. On the contrary, he has every incentive to be really hard on them. You see, and that's what you want. And I'm bringing up the issue of Twitter and Facebook because they're examples that all of you listening to me now understand. But there are a host of industries where essentially the same problem is going on. Okay. And so it's useful to have this approach, this adversarial approach between regulator and the regulatee. I don't even know if that word exists, but you see what I'm saying. So you want that adversarial approach because it keeps parties honest to the benefit of the collective, of the nation. You see? Okay. So now copyrights and patents is a very crucial subject that few people talk about. I don't quite understand why, because copyright and patent, as far as I'm concerned, is just essential for the health and well-being of a society. Well, probably because nobody gives a shit about the collective, that nobody pays attention to this. But copyright and patents revert to the life of the author, inventor, plus 20 years. Okay, right now they've gamed the copyright system. So what? Corporations have, in order to maintain their hold on certain patents and certain properties, for all intents and purposes, indefinitely. Okay, Disney is a past master of this. I mean, have you ever wondered to yourself why Mickey Mouse is still trademarked by the Disney Corporation? I mean, shit, copyright expired on that shit years ago. I mean, not trademark, rather copyrighted. Well, because of this, because they keep fucking with the copyright law. Sonny Bono, Cher's husband, the singer Cher, her husband, Sonny Bono, who wrote I Got You, Babe, and all those other tunes. Well, when he was our representative, he was instrumental in extending the copyright for Disney. And he did it avowedly for Disney. But other companies, of course, benefited. See, when this happens, things don't go into the public domain for decades. And this is bad for the society as a whole, because you want certain inventions and certain intellectual property to eventually revert into the public domain so that other people can build off of that work. Okay. They can build off of that work and make something interesting out of it for whatever reason. See, but it's beneficial to the company, to the society. It's, of course, if some author, some inventor copyrights or patents a work, well, they, of course, should earn money from it. Absolutely. I'm not saying do away with them. Fuck no. I'm an author. I know exactly what copyright means. Mhm. But see, the lifetime of the author or inventor plus 20 years, that's more than enough. After that, it doesn't really matter, because after that, it's not going to benefit the author. He's dead. Okay. And it might benefit the children of the author. Okay. I mean, even if the children of the author are infants when he dies, plus 20 years, they're going to be grown adults. Okay. Grown adults, and they will have been earning that money, which, if they're children, they're not going to have spent it. And so they'll be able to use it for something else, buy a house or whatever the fuck. But you see my point. 20 years is reasonable past the life of the author inventor. And insofar as corporations, and there are situations where a company is the author, is the inventor of some product, okay, or some item. then it's a fixed term of 40 years from the date of copyright patent. 40 years is plenty. Well, more than enough. It shouldn't be 99 years or however long it is. I mean, go look it up. I actually forgot how long it is now, but it's like a century or some shit like that. It's absurd. The author of the copyrighted work died already 50, 60 years ago, okay? And going on and on and on. No, it's not fair. It's not fair for the health of the intellectual environment. You want it to become public domain at some point. Okay. So, yeah, another corporate policy I would implement. If a corporation is convicted of a crime, the corporate officers and or the board of directors will be held personally responsible as if they themselves had committed the offense. And this is key. See, do you understand the difference between a limited liability company and an unlimited liability company? Like, for instance, in Switzerland, there are what are known as private banks. Private banks, what it means is that, see, the partners get together and pool their resources. And they have unlimited liability insofar as that bank is concerned. And now this is good because they get to put all of their money and all of their effort into the bank, but it's very bad if things go tits up because they can get wiped out, personally wiped out. See, the whole notion of a limited liability company is that you can own a chunk of the limited liability company. But if the company goes tits up, you yourself are not personally responsible. Limited liability company, right? Now, both have advantages and disadvantages. Now, I'm not saying do away with limited liability companies. No, no, no. Insofar as financial liability, maintain as is. I'm talking about criminal liability. And not financial and financial crimes, by the way. See, a bad corporate decision that leads to bankruptcy, that's not a crime. That's just being stupid or unlucky, as the case may be. But I'm not talking about bad corporate decisions that lead to bankruptcy. No, I'm talking about criminal. Because what happens is that today, a CEO of a company can order his company to do something criminal, illegal, and he himself can get away scot-free. He's not held liable. Maybe if it's really egregious, some prosecutor somewhere will try to nail him, but it'll be a hard process. What I'm saying is that if a company commits a crime, prima facie, it should be assumed that it's not the company guilty, but rather people in the company that committed and carried out the decision. They're the ones who should be held responsible, personally responsible. Again, I insist, it's not bad business decision. A bad business decision is just a bad business decision, and you went bankrupt, then it's your fucking that. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, like, for instance, with OxyContin. Okay, that the Soccer family, they're fucking evil. Those fuckers should be held personally responsible. Some of them are, but those fuckers should be prosecuted and imprisoned. See, it's not the company, it's them. See, and there are lots of companies where this happens, and there are lots of companies that practice the IBG-YBG model. That is, a company does all kinds of bad financial decisions that enrich certain officers in the company, and they say IBG-YBG, I'll be gone, you'll be gone, which is that by the time the bad decision reverts to the company and the company goes bankrupt, those guys are gone. There should be a mechanism to claw back the money that those guys stole or fucked over the company to get, because it's essentially a criminal enterprise. In another Scorsese picture, Goodfellas, they show how a restaurant gets busted out. What happens is that the restaurant gets taken over by mobsters. The mobsters use the credit of the restaurant to buy all sorts of stuff, and then they steal the stuff from the restaurant and sell it off, and they pocket the money, and the restaurant goes bankrupt. Now, that's a criminal enterprise. That kind of model happens on a corporate level. It happens all the fucking time. Corporate officers should be held responsible. At this time, they're not really held responsible. In theory, they're supposed to be held responsible, but they're not. It's not enforced. I would enforce it as the dictator. Okay. Now, why these laws? And hang on, let me finish these corporate laws and I'll get to why. All corporations will be taxed at a flat rate of 20% of their earnings before interest and depreciation. Mhm. And goodwill will be eliminated as a tax write off. Goodwill is what you overpay for a company when you think that the whole is worth more than its parts. Okay. And sometimes that goodwill is egregious. You know how sometimes they talk about how they write off billions and billions of dollars off the value of a company? Mhm. Well, that write off keeps them from having to pay taxes. Goodwill is a way to avoid taxes. You pay off a shit ton of money to some other company that perhaps you yourself control. And that way, all of a sudden, the company that changed hands nominally, it has this big chunk of goodwill. You write off the goodwill, and all of a sudden, you don't have to pay taxes for a whole boatload of time. It's a way to manipulate the tax code. And there are a bunch of other mechanisms. I just wanted to focus on goodwill because it's easy to understand. And the point I want to make is that, see, all of these tax loopholes, corporate tax loopholes, they have to be closed. And we've got the knowledge, and we have the accountants to figure out which they are and how to close them. Just fucking apply them. Okay. And 20% across the board earnings tax on corporations. See, the simpler a rule is, the easier to enforce, the harder it is to game it. See? I'm going to get to personal income tax in just a second. And I think that personal income tax should be a flat 10% tax across the board. No deductions, no subsidies, nothing, just 10%. Because, see, those kinds of very, very simple rules, it's either yay or nay. And precisely because they're yay or nay, there's no room to wriggle out of them. You want that. You want a simple society with simple rules. The simpler the rules are, the harder it is to get out of them, the better it is for the entire nation. If corporations were taxed at 20%, we wouldn't lose a job or lose a bit of productivity. And yet the taxable income would rise through the roof. The only people who would suffer are rich people. And frankly, once you cross the $100 million mark, yeah, the rest is just numbers and trivia. It doesn't even fucking matter. It doesn't mean anything. Okay. They're not going to even notice it. And they really aren't. The whole notion of like taxing wealthy people and shit like that, like Elizabeth Warren's retardation, fuck that noise. What you got to do is go after the corporations, make it so that they can't evade taxes, which is what they do because they have a complicated tax code, which has been gamed and with all sorts of lobbying efforts to make all kinds of loopholes. You make it 20% across the board, no more loopholes. That's that. And that's what you want. Okay. So, anyway, all of these corporate rules, what are they for? They're to make the corporation work for the society, for the corporation to work for us individuals. Corporations are one of the most remarkable inventions in human history because corporations are an invention. They were invented in Holland in 1604. They're one of the most remarkable inventions in human history because they were able to bring a whole bunch of different people to work together in a way that they could get into and out of the enterprise swiftly and easily by simply selling their shares in the company. And by doing this, what happened was that we maintained the accumulated capital of different enterprises. See? Because in the past, say, before 1600, say you had some shop, say you were like, I don't know what the fuck you made. You made whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. You made, okay, linen, say. And you had a shop and you made linen and you had a few looms and you had some people there working there or whatever, right? And see, it was your shop. And if you died, well, your son would inherit it. And maybe your son was just as good as you, if not better. Yeah, but likely he wasn't as good as you. And there was a good possibility that he didn't even give a shit about looming and textiles and shit like that. And so everything that you had worked for would slowly decay and eventually collapse and become nothing. And all that accumulated capital would disappear by way of mismanagement and disinterest. But if you have a company, I am a company, and rather than me having a shop of my own where I have textiles and make textiles, I have this corporation with shares and I own all the shares, but I die and my son, he inherits the shares and he decides, I don't want to fucking do this shit. And so he sells the shares. The shares own the company. They own all the assets of the company. They have all the work contracts of all the people working at the company. See? Corporations are exceptionally useful because they provide a way for the work to continue beyond the lifetime or the interest of the previous owners who can sell their company in an easy way. See? Do keep in mind before 1600 and really into the 1800s, really most people's shop was in their own home. Okay, it was like you're working there at home and doing all your shit at home, and it was all sort of like mixed up. Corporations divvied up the home from the work, the home from the factory. It created the possibility for the Industrial Revolution, and the civilization we have is because of it. And so, therefore, see, corporations are a good thing, a very good thing. But we have to remember what the corporation is for. The corporation is not an end in itself. The corporation is a means to an end for our collective benefit. And therefore, the corporation should be limited to benefit us individually and us as a collective. It should not be that we are slaves to the corporation. No, the slaves should be our servants and work to our benefit. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Now, there's that. Now, let me get to the civic service part. Jesus Christ, man. I'm going 2 hours and 15 minutes in this shit, but I'm going to finish this fucking shit. I don't give a fuck how long it takes me. Okay. So, civic service. This is kind of like citizenship, non-citizenship, all that good shit. Okay. So, the nation, the US, I'm the dictator. The nation is made up of 3 types of people. There are inhabitants, there are illegal aliens, and there are citizens. Now, inhabitants are just people who live here, and inhabitants as a category includes citizens. They are lawful residents of the country. Illegal aliens are not. Illegal aliens, therefore, have no rights, and illegal aliens may be executed with impunity by any inhabitant or citizen. You heard right. If you are a legal inhabitant, in my dictatorship, you can kill an illegal alien. You can just go up to him and shoot him. I don't care. Fuck yeah. He's illegal. He shouldn't be here. And if our militias want to organize to hunt down illegals, go ahead. I'd allow it. I'd encourage it probably. But with a caveat, of course. If these militias or any individual kills or harms in any way somebody who's a lawful inhabitant, then he gets into a shitload of trouble, up to and including execution. If he murders some lawful inhabitant, he gets the wall instantly. Okay, I mean it's not like you can go just like hunting around for illegals, and if you do a whoopsie, it's okay. No. Okay, but if you want to go and shoot illegals, and you know for a fact that they're illegals, or you can prove that they're illegals, no problem. I'm not going to raise a fuss. Go ahead. And what'll happen if I allow this? If I explicitly allow this? If I say, yeah, you militia guys, you want to go and hunt yourself some illegals, go down to Los Angeles or New Mexico or wherever the fuck you want to go and shoot as many as you want. What'll happen? The illegals will fucking run. That's what'll happen, which is what you want. You want them to get the fuck out of here because they don't deserve to be here. They're not allowed to be here. They're illegals. Okay? I don't have a problem with legal immigrants. Of course not. If they're following the law and doing everything that they're supposed to and filling all the paperwork, more power to them, And a lot of that paperwork is boring and, tedious and lots of waiting around in stupid government offices, I understand that. And precisely because of that, of the sacrifices they made, the lawful immigrants deserve to be treated with respect. They're making the effort. They're doing right. The illegals, they just figure that they could just sneak their way in. Fuck them. Shoot them. I'm in favor of it. No problem. Now, what's the difference between an inhabitant and a citizen? Oh, very easy. See, citizenship, you have to be born in the US. You have to be a property owner. And inherited property doesn't count. You have to earn your property. It has to be yours by dint of effort that you got it. If you inherited, like, I don't know, 1,000,000 square miles of land, it means shit. It means fuck all. Okay. You have to have completed national service. And I'm going to get to that in just a moment. National service is 2 years. I've been debating 2 years or 3 years, but that's not important. Uh, any foreign, what does it say? Oh, yeah. Any foreigner wishing to become a U.S. citizen must do national service regardless of age. Okay. But a foreigner can become a citizen. Okay. It's not only for those who are naturally born in the United States of lawful inhabitants. But got to keep in mind the difference between citizen and inhabitant. An inhabitant is somebody who's lawfully in the United States. Okay. But a citizen is different. Okay. Only citizens may vote. Simple as that. All citizens must vote. They must vote in local and national elections. Failure to vote will be penalized up to and including jail. Now, notice what I'm saying here. To be a citizen, you have to be a property owner. And only you get to vote. Now, I debated the issue of whether a citizen could also include somebody who is the legal guardian of a minor. And I decided against it because there are a lot of people who are legal guardians of minors who are fucking morons and who don't give a shit about the collective. No. The only people who really care about the nation are the people who own it. They've got skin in the game. Mhm. Somebody who is the legal owner of property, no matter how modest, they are going to care about their society. They're going to care about their nation. Only they have the right to vote. And simple as that. Okay. And insofar as married couples is concerned, well, there's joint ownership of property. So, there's no issue there. Right. Um, and a man and a woman who are married and they own their own home, both of them are citizens. Okay. But, and a person who owns multiple properties doesn't get multiple votes. Of course not. It's one person, one vote, but only property owners, period. No exception. No exception. And like I said, inherited property does not count. Now, it could be, of course, that somebody inherits property and then goes out and earns some more property. Some mechanism would have to be created to differentiate somehow. But I want to make it really clear that if you just inherited property, fuck you. You're not a citizen. Just because you inherited something, because just because you inherited something doesn't mean you earned it. You were just fortunate enough that, when somebody croaked, you got it. Okay. There's a great deal of difference between inheriting something and earning it. Okay. Yeah. Only citizens may vote. Yeah. Only citizens have the rights as outlined in the Bill of Rights. Yeah. You heard right. Freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of worship, all the freedoms. Fifth Amendment freedom. Yeah. Only citizens have them. Yeah. Yeah. And you don't like it? Well, it's not my fucking problem, man. Let's just hope you're not a fucking illegal immigrant, because if you are, that militia's coming over and they mean to shoot you. So you better run, fucker. Yeah. No, dude, I'm telling you right now. I mean, if I'm dictator of the United States, fuck yeah. Only citizens have rights. Inhabitants, they don't have rights. They don't have the right to free speech. They don't have the right to freedom of assembly. Now, why am I doing this? Well, because that way people will have an incentive to become citizens. And citizens, because they will make sacrifices to become citizens, they will make sacrifices and work hard and put a lot of effort into the country, they will care for it. They won't let it go down the tubes. See, you only care about something to the degree that you sacrifice for it. That's why human beings care so much for their children, especially even their adult children. You'd be like, why do they care so much about their adult kids? Why do they worry so much about them? They're adults, right? Well, no, because see, human beings, we have this sunk cost fallacy. And the sunk cost fallacy, well, what happens is that it's very understandable what it is. The more you care about something, the more you look after it. The more time, let me rephrase this. The more time you have spent caring for something, the more unwilling you are to walk away from it. That's a more correct enunciation of the sunk cost fallacy. And it's true. You know, if you care about like a little plant, okay, you get a little pot there and you fill it with dirt and you get a little seed from say like a tomato or some shit like that, right? And you stick it in and you like nurse it and make sure that it grows and you put a little bit of water but not too much and all the rest of it you put it in, a little bit of sunlight but not too much and all the rest of it and you slowly watch it grow. You worry about that fucking plant. You care for it. Mm? You care for it and you're not going to be willing to do anything stupid that will kill the plant. But if you go to the supermarket or Walmart's or wherever the fuck and buy a plant, a tomato plant that's 3 feet tall, and you pay I don't know $20, $30 for it or however much it costs, right? You're not really going to give a shit about it, and you'll put it wherever. And the fucking plant died, man. There's another $30 I won't see again, but you don't give a shit, not really, because you didn't care for it. But when you care for something, when you sacrifice for something, when you work for something, you care for it. And what happens is that, see, the early citizens in the United States, where did they come from? They came from Europe. They were being persecuted. They crossed the ocean. They had no way back. People who left Ireland, for instance, during the potato famine, when they would have their party to leave, their bon voyage party, they would all be crying because they knew that they'd never see them again. It was like a death. Mhm. The death of all the people that they had known because they were crossing the ocean, and in all likelihood, they would never return and see their family in Ireland. Their grandmother, their aunts, their uncles, their cousins, all of those people would stay behind and they'd never see them again. It was traumatic for them. And they crossed the ocean and they got to the United States and it was poor and nobody was helping them and they had to make their way on their own. And they crossed the United States, and looking for a place where they could fit in and belong and build something. And they finally got to some shithole, wherever the fuck it was, Oklahoma, Kansas, whatever the fuck. Maybe they got as far as California. But when they got to California, what do they find? Hollywood sign and, strippers on the Sunset Strip? No, they found nothing. They had to build it. And the more they worked and built, the more they cared about it because it was there. They had sacrificed to have it. It mattered to them, see? And they took care of it precisely because it mattered. Precisely because they'd worked so hard for it. They'd sacrificed so much for it, for this little shack that they had. You only care about something when you have sacrificed for it, when you have sweated over it, when you've cried over it, when you've nursed it and worked for it. You don't give a shit about rights when they're just given to you. When you earn them, when it's a sacrifice to earn them, then they matter. And that's why the citizenship requirements, you're going to have to work to get them. And they'll be yours once you earn them. And precisely because you're going to have to work to earn them, it's precisely because of that reason that they will be valuable to you and you will care for them and not squander them. Do you dumb cunts understand what I'm saying? Hit me with a +333 if you understand what I'm saying. It's important. Okay. Okay. So anyway, only citizens have rights as outlined in the Bill of Rights. Yes. Now, local government. All citizens, and here comes the other issue. See, rights are all great, but you have to have responsibilities. Rights must always be balanced with responsibilities, and they must be equal. All citizens must attend local government meetings at least once per month on pain of punishment, either money or jail. Okay. You miss one meeting, $1,000. You miss 3 meetings in a row, jail. Jail for 3 months. Simple as that. You want to oblige citizens to attend the local government meeting. Okay. Force them to, because it's their responsibility. It's their responsibility as citizens to police the local government. Local governments must present what they are doing to the citizens once per month, including a detailed list of expenditures. Each local government selects one citizen's liaison, that means once per month, with the congressional representative and holds him to account. That is, you got a local representative, right? You're in some town or county, right? So your local community in your town or county elects a citizen's liaison. He's just some guy. And he goes and talks to the local representative and tells him, Well, what the fuck are you doing for us? Hold congressmen accountable. And a similar thing with senators. And I'll get to that in a second. Well, the next issue, repeal the 17th Amendment in Senate elections. Senators in the U.S. Congress should not be voted for directly. They should be voted for by the local House of Representatives, by each state's House of Representatives or Parliament or whatever it's called. Mhm. Yeah, go back to the old ways. Why? Because, see, you want the people with the best judgment to be senators, not the people who are flashy and can get votes. You want people with experience. You want older guys of whatever race, okay? I mean, it's not a racial thing or an age thing. It's an experience and judgment thing. The whole point of the U.S. Senate is to prevent laws from passing. That's the whole reason for it. And older guys, especially, they're going to be incredibly cautious. They're never going to pass a law unless they're 100% sure that it's the right move. And how do you ensure that you get 100 old guys as senators? By stripping the 17th Amendment. The 17th Amendment is a bigger disaster than the 19th Amendment, which is giving the woman the right to vote. I don't understand why everybody's, talking about the 19th Amendment. That's stupid. See, because it antagonizes women. Because there are lots of women who are very sensible and lots of guys who are fucking morons. So stripping women of the right to vote, that's dumb. It's just flat out dumb. Okay. No, you don't want to strip women of the right to vote. What you want to do is make the federal government, the federal legislator, as conservative as possible so it doesn't do stupid shit. See, a Senate that is elected by the House of Representatives of each individual state, those guys are going to be well known to the local legislature because that's where they get them from. And before the 17th Amendment, that's what got elected, okay? People who were highly respected, highly thought of. And what kind of men were they? They were men who had property, they had a reputation, they didn't pander to any voter because they didn't have to. And so how did they vote? They only voted yay to a law when they were absolutely sure that it was to the benefit of the country, when they were just sure in their hearts that this was the right decision. That's when they voted yay. And when they were like, I'm not so sure, they voted no because nobody was pressuring them. Of course not. And so they would use their best judgment. And quite frankly, older guys have better judgment than younger guys. Simple as that. It shouldn't need any kind of defense. It's fucking obvious. Anybody over the age of 45 can tell you that instantly. Every guy I've ever met has always said the same thing. When he hits 50, he's got kids of his own, he'll look back at his father or grandfather and say, my father or my grandfather, he was fucking right about everything. Yeah, every fucking guy. Yeah, because it's true. Because when you're young, you listen to some old fart say whatever the fuck, and you're like, this fucker doesn't know shit. He doesn't know shit. He's an old guy. He's an old geezer. He can't get it up. His hair is falling out. He's got no hair growing out of his fucking nose and his fucking ear, motherfucker. He doesn't know shit. And then 30 years later, you're like thinking, Jesus Christ, man, my old man, he's dead now, but God, he was a fucking genius. Yeah, because you get some experience and you see the world. That's why stripping women of the right to vote is dumb. But stripping senators from being young and easily manipulated and pushed around by public opinion, there you're talking. Now you're talking. The 17th Amendment. Fuck the 19th Amendment. Let the women vote. See, if the women vote, okay, for the president and for the House of Representatives, see, they can vote for whomever they want. But see, the president has to pass laws and the House of Representatives has to pass laws. But the senators there, they don't have to vote for it. And they can say no. And they will say no if you strip the 17th Amendment. That's what I do. Okay. Jury duty. All citizens must do unpaid jury duty once per month. And I'll get to you're going to say, but how, trials and whatever. No. Once per year. They have to do jury duty once per year. Failure to do jury duty will be penalized up to and including jail. Because see, what's happening is that the morons in society are doing jury duty. We don't want the morons in society doing jury duty. We want citizens, people with skin in the game. We want them because they're going to be responsible. See, I mean, a lot of these fucking juries, man, they find the guy with the knife standing over the corpse, and the guy's saying, "I did it, sorry," when the police arrive, right? And they go to trial, and well, it turns out that the guy is black, and a bunch of dumb, fat, black women with weird wigs and nails as long as fucking I don't know what, saying, "Oh, but he seems such a nice guy, and racism, and so innocent," and it's a hung jury, and you're like, "What the fuck, man? Fuck that, fuck that." Eh? See, and it's not a racial thing. Okay, you talk to a lot of black guys, and other black women, responsible black women. They're like, "What the fuck, man?" But because what happens is that you get the dregs of society. Because who are most people who are capable, they're going to be earning a living doing whatever the fuck. And they don't have time to do jury duty, right? They don't have any inclination to do jury duty. So they're going to try to get out of it. And what's the easiest way to get out of jury duty? You show up and you say, "Oh, yeah, I think that all black people are evil." Instantly kicked out. He's a racist. Get rid of him. Okay? Instantly. Or the guy says, "No, I think that all defendants by definition are trapped by the evil judicial system and the evil racist cops." Prosecution says, "Get rid of him instantly." You see how it's gamed. The person doesn't even believe any of this shit. He's just saying it to get out of jury duty because he's got better shit to do with his time than jury duty. Make it mandatory. Make it mandatory, and you can't get out of it. Okay, and and you have to do it once per year. And so what happens is that a guy gets called up for jury duty. Okay, and he gets asked questions and he gets disqualified, right, for whatever reason. And then he does it again and again. If he goes a whole year and he keeps getting disqualified, then he gets penalized. So he's going to have the incentive to be on a jury, any fucking jury, just to get out of this obligation. Okay, this obligation that carries jail time. Because if he, a citizen, gets out of jury duty, then he goes to jail. Yeah, because it's his responsibility to do jury duty. And if he's not doing his duty, then he pays for it. In some cases, it's a monetary fine, like when he doesn't vote the first couple of times, but then he goes to jail. And jury duty, he goes to jail because he's going to have a whole solid year to do jury duty. Okay? And if he's not doing jury duty, jail. Yeah, simple as that. Huh? Yeah, policing. This is a hobby horse, but I decided to limit it as much as possible. A professional police force, that is, police officers who are paid. They're not amateur cops. They're trained and the whole 9 yards, right? But all officers must be local residents. They must be. You cannot have carpetbagger cops. They have to be of the area. I mean, they have to live there. Okay? Absolutely. Because a cop who lives there in a community, he's going to know the people. Yeah. And he's going to know when, John is just drunk and he's not going to harm anybody. Right. And he's going to know when Jimmy over there is just an evil fuck. He'll know. He'll know what to look out for. And he'll know when to take it easy and when to pull out his gun because he'll know the people there. See, you want local residents as police officers. If no offers to be a policeman arrive, then a lottery is held among citizens. I mean, literally, a hat with people's names, and a name gets pulled out, and you get to be the cop. And you have to uphold the law. It's your full-time job. And whatever job you had, fuck off. You're the cop now. Mm-hmm. And so what will happen is that, see, if you implement the system where you have a literal lottery to pick a cop, well, all the citizens are going to be incentivized to figure out a way to get a professional cop to live there. Okay? And they'll offer better money. They'll offer all kinds of incentives. Every locality will want that because no citizen in his right mind who's an amateur, who's not a policeman, will want to be a policeman. Okay? And so that'll naturally happen. And especially if it's pulling a name out of a hat. Because, see, if you ask for volunteers to be a cop, then you're going to get the nutcases. Of course. See? I mean, who would volunteer to be a policeman? somebody who wants to shoot somebody. That's who. Of course. I mean, come on, man. I mean, think white and get serious, as Jack Nicholson said. Anybody who is just some random citizen and they say, well, who volunteers to be a cop? He wants to shoot somebody. He wants to have a reason to murder a fellow human being. I mean, he'll have other opportunities because I'm going to give it to him, because I do believe that human beings have a certain bloodlust that should be indulged in, and it's actually beneficial to the society as a whole. That's why I'm in favor of illegal aliens being executed with impunity and hunted down by anybody who wants to do the job. See, it fulfills two necessary outcomes. Number one, it gets rid of all the illegals because they'll go running. Yeah, I mean, come on. If in New Mexico, for instance, this policy of shooting illegals were implemented, what the fuck do you think is going to happen, huh? Every fucking illegal in New Mexico and Arizona and Colorado and every place else, they'd vanish. They'd run. And every fucking guy with a gun would get on his, on whatever vehicle he's got and go shoot somebody. Fuck yeah, of course. Because if he's going to get away with it with impunity, fuck no. Why not? Shoot a wetback. Why not? Yeah. But people need it. People need the release of bloodlust. And that's something that people in our modern society don't want to face up to, but it's a reality. It's a reality of human nature. We need to murder. It's built into us. And it's not pretty, but it's a necessary thing. And so we have to find an outlet for it. And I'm dead serious, by the way. I mean, it sounds awful, to somebody with a civilized sensibility. But it is unrealistic to think that we are these beautiful angels. In our contemporary society, especially over the last 50, 60 years or so, it's very rare for us to see a dead person. Most of us have not seen a dead person. Even people close to us who have died, they die and they fall asleep and then we're quickly whisked out of the hospital room. We rarely see dead people. We certainly rarely see somebody who's been murdered. I mean, very, very few of us have seen somebody who's been murdered. And in the past, that wasn't the case. People saw it all the time. And we need it. We need it because it's a mechanism of control, a mechanism for us to realize what's important and what's not. Because when you see a dead person, when you see somebody with their brains bursting out of their skull and spewing out across a driveway, you all of a sudden realize what's really important and what's really trivial. Oh, yeah. It hits you like a ton of bricks. Okay. Believe me. And so bringing that out and exposing people to it, it's something that we should encourage. Yes, definitely. And that's why I'm in favor, as I'll explain in just a little bit, of public executions. And not only public executions, citizens should be the ones holding the rifle in the firing squad. Yeah. And there should be a lottery drawn for the man who will step up with the handgun to deliver the coup de grace to the condemned man. Oh, yeah. It's important. It's important for the health of the individual and society. Crazy as that may sound, but we'll get to that in just a minute. Anyway, where am I? Oh, yeah. Jury duty. Yeah, they must be policing. No officer to be a policeman. And lotteries held among citizens. Right. National militia. Okay. All able-bodied male citizens. I mean, abolition of the Department of Defense. I forgot to put that in. I should have. Abolition of the Department of Defense. And the Pentagon raised. Just burn it to the ground. We want to get rid of it instantly. Just get rid of it. It's all just a waste. And it's not because they're woke military. Okay. I don't know. Wokester shit is just a symptom of their general uselessness. See, because if you're going to have a society that is isolationist and that is practicing self-sufficiency and localism, you don't really need a global imperial armed force. Now, do you? You don't need the Pentagon. See, what happened is that the Pentagon was built in, what was it, 39, in the 40s, something like that? I forget. But the point is, see, the Pentagon was created for an imperial armed force. sometimes what happens is that you build a capacity for something, and you don't really have the need for it, but the need grows because you have the capacity for it. It's sort of like when you buy like a really, really big house. It's way too big for you. But after a year, you're like, dude, I need all this space. No, you don't. You need much less. But because you had such a big house, you just filled it with shit that you didn't really need. A lot of shit that drags you down. The Pentagon, the Department of Defense, same fucking thing. See? It's not needed. Eliminate the US Armed Forces, eliminate it entirely, and create a national militia. And what's a national militia? Well, all able bodied men, citizens, up to the age of 45 must be signed up to their local militia. Local militia is like the National Guard, a couple of weekends a year, and I mean, the whole thing, a couple of weekends a month rather, and 2 weeks every year, like maneuvers and training and all that good shit, right? And because, quite frankly, if you're living in a isolationist United States, how much training do you really need? How much military equipment do you really need? Not a hell of a lot. Okay. And the point is, see, what's really important is if you have an isolationist United States that is deliberately and self-consciously self-sufficient and localized, it will be impossible for any army to ever conquer it. It's just not possible because it's too fucking big. There's simply not any country on the planet, any empire in history, not even the fucking Mongol Empire, that could conquer such a thing. See, that's the beauty of it. It's so big and so spread out, because I'm going to get to urban planning in just a little bit, that you don't need a huge monolithic imperial army. Yeah, militia is going to be good enough, Now, you're signed up to their local militia. Now, a new resident must sign up to the local militia within 5 working days of moving to a new locality. And if you leave the locality, you have to give notice, a week or two before that you're leaving. Okay. So that they know how many soldiers they actually have. Soldiers are citizens because they've got skin in the game. Okay. Now, inhabitants, that is, non-citizens who are legal in the United States, they must obey any militia who is carrying out their duty instantly. Okay. Insofar as whatever is reasonable, that is, get out of the way, take shelter, whatever. Okay. Within reason. That I need to fine tune it, because I had some ideas about national militia, but now I think about it, scratch that. But that's not important right now. Just national militia. And I want to get to the really important thing, which is national service. All 18-year-olds do 24 months of national service. I debated between 24 months and 36 months, but it doesn't really matter. Now, they're going to be part of either the military or the national workforce. Now, the military, what you want to have is a professional military. Now, what's important is that this professional military, they have to be fucking razors. I mean, real fucking razors. Okay. Why? Because when these guys do their national service of a couple of years, you train these guys to be fucking razors, and they will be the stiffeners of the local militia. See? Because there's always going to be a contingent of men who just like the military and are better at being soldiers than other guys. They just are. Okay. And it's not like they're better men. They just like it more. They like their regimentation more. They're just better soldiers. I mean, I don't have any problem admitting the fact that I'd be a horrible soldier. Absolutely. I question everything. I'm annoying. I can't see shit because my eyes are completely shot. I have zero hand-eye coordination. I'd be a fucking disaster, even in my best days when I was 22. Okay. So I don't have any chip on my shoulder about it. It's just a reality. I mean, I'm good at other shit, very good at other shit, but being a soldier, I'm lousy at it. And I've known guys who are outstanding soldiers. Those are the guys you want to train really hard, so that when you drop them back into the populace as citizens, civilians, right? In the national militia and the local militia, they will be the stiffeners. They will be the guys who are the military leaders of their locality. Okay. Okay. So you have people who are going to be in the military, and you're going to have people who are in the national workforce. Now, in the national workforce, in this presentation, I didn't have the opportunity to develop it to any great extent, but the national workforce is the notion of a group of young people who are basically they're the wild card that is used in any kind of infrastructure, or as the case may be, in any situation. They're just simply a workforce that does different grunt work. Everything from cleaning the highways to looking after elderly people who are homeless or whatnot. They do it all. Now, this service, this national service, is unpaid and no benefits. You don't get anything out of it. Okay. You get food and shelter. That's it. Okay. And you have to do it. And you have to learn the Constitution and amendments by heart. Literally, you have to be able to repeat the whole fucking thing. Okay. And if you can't do it in 2 years, then you go to prison. Put incentives. Okay. If you are not in shape to do national service because you're too fat or too this, that, the other, whatever the fuck, you go to a fat farm. Of course, we're not going to call it a fat farm. We're going to call it, some, physical re-education camp or whatever the fuck. Some nice euphemism, but it's basically a fat farm. Actually, we should just call it fat farms. Yeah, scratch that. I'm the dictator. See, if you're too fat, you go to a fat farm and you stay in the fat farm until you lose the weight. Okay. And see, the time you spent in the fat farm does not count towards the 24 months of your national service. And if you have to spend a year in the fat farm losing weight, so be it. And the way you're going to lose weight is real simple. You're not going to be allowed any food, and you're going to be exercised every day until you drop. That's the way you're going to lose the weight. And if you die, because the whole thing is going to be like a boot camp is going to be military style, hardcore. And the explicit aim of the national service is to have a washing out of between 5 and 10% of each incoming batch of young people. The goal is to have between 5 and 10% washout. Explicit goal. Okay? Minimum 5%. And 10%, 15, that would be a little worrisome, perhaps. Maybe your standards are a little too hard, or you're pushing them too hard. But minimum 5%, 10% of people washing out. And if you wash out, you cannot become a citizen. Ever. Period. Okay? Therefore, you can't vote, and you lose all of the rights of the Bill of Rights. If you wash out of national service, you cannot own registered property. That would mean you can't own a house, and you can't own personal transportation like a car or motorcycle, because that's registered property. And if you wash out of national service, you will be encouraged to leave the country. And in fact, the US government will pay your one-way ticket to any country you want. If you get a visa to any country in the world, we'll pay you a one-way ticket to get the fuck out. Yeah. We want that. We want to get rid of the losers. And the explicit goal is to tell people we want to get rid of the losers, And the first day of boot camp, when all these young people are there, 18-year-olds and whatnot, their own, Sergeant Hartman or wherever is going to be, dealing with these fuckers, tells them, my goal here as your drill instructor for the next however long is boot camp, right? 10 weeks. My goal is to wash out between 5 and 10% of you. My goal is to kick you out. My goal is to get rid of the losers. The explicit goal. Now, by the way, this isn't going to be like closed to handicapped people or the mentally retarded. No. Accommodations will be made for people who are physically handicapped, blind or wheelchair bound, whatnot. They'll have their own kind of boot camp made for them. Because, see, somebody who can't walk or is blind or is deaf or whatever, see, they can be just as valuable. The value of a person is not dependent on their abilities insofar as what they are born with or what they have, the ability to walk, the ability to see or to hear. There are lots of blind people who have extraordinary abilities and are extraordinarily valuable as human beings. They bring a great deal to whatever collective that they belong to. See? And there are able-bodied men and women who are just a weight around the necks of everybody. See? We want this national service, the boot camp and the 2 years of national service, to weed out the people who are just weights. They could be handsome or pretty and all their limbs work and they have 20/20 eyesight and perfect hearing and just all kinds of lovely in every regard, but just, their attitude is pathetic. Get rid of them. Create the conditions to get rid of them. Deliberately get rid of them. Lose these losers. And again, what are you going to have? The people who graduate from national service, who knew while they were there that the goal was to get rid of the losers, they're going to be more heavily invested. It'll be a big fucking deal. They get out of national service and they will feel that they accomplished something. And now they can be citizens. They have to earn their own property to become full citizens and have the right to vote and all the rest of it. And as citizens, they're going to have a whole bunch of responsibilities, jury duty and all the rest of it, the stuff that I described, right? But see, they're going to feel committed to their nation. They're going to feel that they have earned something valuable, especially when they see people washing out. If everybody graduates, it's no big deal. Of course not. See? I mean, if everybody gets a participation trophy, it's valueless. But if there's that guy, Albert, let's say, and Albert, he's a great guy, and you do the whole thing, and he washes out. You're like, holy shit, he washed out. I liked him, and we were friends, and he washed out. Shit, I could get washed out. And you're going to work harder. You're going to try to stay, especially when you know that the people running this national service, the boot camp, and all the service stuff that you're doing, they are trying to get rid of you when you know it. And by the way, when I say 5 to 10% washout rate, not just in boot camp, in the whole 2 years, at any point they can get washed out. It's not that they try to wash them out initially. No, probably the majority of the washouts will happen in the boot camp, but it can happen at any time. And in every stage, in every occupation that anybody's put in, there has to be the real threat that they get kicked out. And the threat of getting kicked out has to have clear negative consequences. Consequences such that a person doesn't want to get those. Imagine if a person who washes out of this national service knows that he's never going to be able to drive a car again. He just knows it. He's never going to be able to drive a car or own a motorcycle. He's never going to be able to own a home. Dude, if he's got even like 3 brain cells, he's going to realize, holy fuck, that's a harsh sentence. And he's going to work. And he's going to be committed. And the thing is, see, the people who aren't going to work, who won't be committed, they would never be committed. They would always be a drain on the society. And see, now, instead of waiting for 50 years to finally realize that they were a complete waste of the time for the society, you learned upfront, right at the beginning. And what do? You put them on a one-way ticket to wherever the fuck they want. They want to go to Canada. They want to go to UK. They can go anywhere that some other country accepts them. And we pay for their ticket. It'll be cheaper to pay for their ticket to get them gone than to allow them to wander around and be a weight and a disruptive element. And by the way, anybody who washes out, when I say that they no longer have any of the rights of the Bill of Rights, that means that they don't have the right to free speech or freedom of assembly. No. So they can't protest. Of course not. The only people who can protest are citizens. Inhabitants, let alone illegal aliens. I mean, illegal aliens, in my dictatorship, they're going to get shot on sight. And there are going to be a lot of psychos who are going to be gunning for illegals. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I mean, they're going to be really looking for them. Yeah, of course. I mean, come on. There are all kinds of psychos and even not so psychos who'd be like, well, if I'm really going to get away with murdering some illegal aliens, hand me that AR-15. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Huh? Again, which is to the benefit of the society. And of course, you got to keep in mind, you shoot somebody who isn't an illegal alien, you're going to get executed on the spot, motherfucker. I mean, no hesitation. Okay. because I'm going to get to the judicial system in just a little bit, but my judicial system is between arrest and the jury is sent out for deliberation, not more than 90 days. And I'll get to that in a second. And appeal, not more than 60 days. So that means in 150 days, you're going to get it. Okay. So anyway, but I'm getting ahead of myself. This is a lot of fucking fun. How many of you fuckers are there watching this shit? I have no fucking idea. Oh, 1,000 people. Yeah. Okay. This guy, he's saying here, coach got away with rape. That's a lie. No, I was unjustly accused of sexual assault and sexual harassment. Sexual harassment by way of email, which was a lie and proven to be a lie by the Kiewit Center. And sexual assault, where the girl claimed that I tried to forcibly kiss her. Now, you Israel Enix are lying about me. And so what I'm going to do is I am going to ban you. Let me find where you are. And I'm going to ban the fuck out of you. Yeah. Yeah, I can't find it. Well, Israel Enix. Interesting name. Block user. Bye-bye. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. I don't have time for any lie about me by anybody. Okay? And, so anyway, bye-bye, Israel. Yeah, that's right. No, I'm not stoned. I wish I were, but, when you're on acid, which is my preferred drug, I would never be able to do this kind of presentation. You got to be like, on top of the ball. So anyway, moving on. Let me see. National service, right? The national service that I've outlined. Oh, by the way, who else is enjoying it? I'm enjoying the fuck out of this. Okay, so if you're enjoying it, and I hope you are, hit me with a +1. Let me get some coffee here. Or a dictation. God, man, I got to get my eyes checked. I can't see shit. Okay, good. You guys are enjoying it. I'm glad. I'm really enjoying it. This is awesome. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say, Ayrton. Oh, and you disappeared. You moved. The chat is moving way fast. But Ayrton, I think your name was. Yeah, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Okay, so let me keep on trucking with this thing. Okay. I only got 2 more slides and I'm 3 hours into this shit. So I'm doing basically an hour per slide. Okay. So, national service. Yeah. National service is a keystone of my policies because it would make people feel that they are committed to the country. It's so important. It's so important to establish that feeling that, see, I have committed myself to this country. I have sacrificed for this country. I have seen other people, my peers, get booted out. And a couple of times I came awfully close myself to getting booted out because, of course, it will inevitably happen to everyone. And even if you aren't really that close to getting booted out, you, as a young person without much experience, you will feel that you are close to it. Okay. And of course, the instructors and the people running this shit will encourage deliberately the young people to believe that they're about to be booted out, because that way they will feel that they sacrificed and worked hard to remain, to be a part of the national service. And you have no idea, perhaps you do. How many of you perhaps have tried to be on a sports team of whatever, like some varsity baseball or whatever the fuck? It doesn't matter what the sport is, okay? And it doesn't matter what the level was, but you tried and tried and tried and you made it, and you were like a part of it. And how did it make you feel? I bet it made you feel fantastic, didn't it? And for you, it was valuable. And maybe later, years later, you're like rich enough to own like a Ferrari and shit, but nothing comes close to the value you got from trying and trying and trying to be part of that team, baseball, football, basketball, whatever sport team, right? And you made it, and it made you feel fantastic, and it made you feel like you'd accomplished something, right? Yeah. And it was the most valuable thing far more valuable than a Ferrari or jewels or whatever the fuck. Yeah. Because see, things are valuable to the extent that you sacrifice for them. I keep insisting on this point. And as you can see by this presentation, the whole notion of it is to make people sacrifice for not merely the good of the collective, but also for themselves. Because, see, human beings, we feel, when we feel needed, we feel closer. When we feel that we are superfluous, we don't care. It's the nature of human beings. It's very obvious. And I don't think that anybody would really disagree with that observation. When we feel that we are needed, that somebody is like waiting for us and hoping that we do right, it fills us with purpose, with meaning, and a sense of belonging. And this is the point of a national service, to inculcate that notion of belonging. Okay, let me continue because Jesus. Oh, little break here. Where is Tiffany Dover? Hmm? Where in the world is Tiffany Dover? Yeah. I want to ask you guys that. And this is a little break that I'm taking, Oh, man. I'm going to drink some water here, and I want you to ponder that question. I'm not making any statement whatsoever. Okay? I'm not hypothesizing anything or speculating or anything of the sort. I'm just asking, where is Tiffany Dover? Can I ask you a favor, please? Can you do the same? Can you in chat right there? Write in chat, where is Tiffany Dover? Question mark. Please, I'd appreciate it. Waiting for the chat to catch up. Put on my goddamn glasses. Thank you. Thank you very much, Florian. I appreciate it. And other people who are like saying it, where is Tiffany Dover? Yeah. She could be your sister. She could be your high school sweetheart. She could be just that nice lady that lives in the other apartment or down the street. Where is Tiffany Dover? So, moving on. Now, the economic policy. Okay, long-term goal, social goal for each inhabitant is, and this is important. See, I've noticed all these social justice warriors, they never tell what the goal is. They just want social justice. We want social justice. But what the fuck do you want, you cocksucker? Huh? What is it that you want? I can tell you what I want. I want each inhabitant, be he citizen or just regular inhabitant, to have the ability and opportunity to earn a decent living working 40 hours a week. What do I mean by a decent living? A nice home or apartment, and personal transportation, and enough money that they can take a nice vacation a couple of times a year. I think that that's very reasonable, and that's what I want for everyone. That, as a dictator, that's my goal. Okay, I want everyone to be able to own their own home, no matter how humble or limited that person might be. Okay. And when I say that everybody has their own home, that's what I mean. Okay. I want people to be free of fear for medical expenses. I don't want them to be worried about medical expenses. I want them to know that the medical expenses will be handled one way or the other, but in a way that will not bankrupt them, and that they can get the best healthcare possible, and they'll be okay. And I also want, and this is especially important, I want people to be free from fear of retirement and old age, because so many people are terrified of old age because they don't know if they will have the money for it. And right now, a lot of old people, they're doing fine because they own their own home because of historical accidents. Those homes that they bought for 20 or 30 or $40,000 are now worth 500, 750, $1 million. And they'll do very well for themselves once they sell the home. But see, young people today, and not so young people, people in their 30s and 40s and 50s, they're not sure how they're going to pay for their retirement. And they're really scared that they are going to wind up being homeless elderly people. And there's a lot of that, okay? There's a great deal of that. Nobody's really talking about it. And people my age, I'm 53, a lot of them are worried about this. This is an issue, and it's not being addressed. And we have to create the conditions whereby everybody can retire with dignity and not be afraid of old age. Okay? Now, the explicit goal is for full employment as earlier defined. That is, a nuclear family with one homemaker and one breadwinner. Okay? That's the explicit goal. Now, reimpose capital controls. That's a key issue. Okay? Because capital belongs to the nation, not the individual. The individual is merely its steward. Now, I know that that sounds communist as fuck, and I don't give a fuck. But you got to think of it in these terms. See, a nation, the capital produced by a nation, okay, what is it? The capital is divided among all the people of the nation, and it's allocated to different industries by different actors within the country. And sometimes that capital allocation arrives in one business or another that is profitable, that is potentially very successful. And so that individual, such as Elon Musk, for instance, he has a great deal of capital. But what does that mean? What it really means is that he owns a piece of Tesla and SpaceX and the other companies that he's founded. And a lot of other people have decided that that company or those companies are going to be very successful or are very successful, and they put their own capital there. And so his capital is not really his. It's inflated in value because of the capital of other people, other nationals of the country. Mhm. And my notion is that capital never belongs to a person. The person is its steward, and they have the right to sell it and sell that capital and use the money that they get for that capital to do whatever they want. See, but they don't have the ability to disassociate that capital from the nation, to alienate that capital from the nation. The capital belongs to the nation. What the individual who owns that capital does with it, that's his business. But destroying it is not part of it. He can't do that. In fact, because of the modern corporate structure, he can't do that. See, Elon Musk could potentially destroy Tesla and destroy the capital that he owns in Tesla. Yeah, in theory, he could. But what would happen is that when he starts making really, really bad business decisions that will clearly and obviously destroy the company, he'd be relieved of his position as CEO by the board of directors very quickly. And so he would not actually be able to destroy his capital. And if he were to take his shares and light them on fire, well, so what? The registry of those shares remains in the various computers and various technical devices. It's, the paper shares, they might go up in flames, but that doesn't destroy the shares. They still exist. The capital still exists. See, as a practical matter, Elon Musk cannot destroy the capital that he owns. He can sell it and squander the money. Yes, but the capital as defined as the shares in the company, in the socially useful corporation known as Tesla and SpaceX, as a practical matter, he can't really destroy it. At best, he could put a dent in it before he's relieved of the power to have any influence over it. You see what I'm saying? The capital doesn't belong to him. The only people who own something are the people who can actually destroy it. If you can destroy something, then you have real power over it. Elon Musk can't destroy his piece of Tesla. If he owned all of Tesla, then he could. See? If he owned 100% of the shares, or probably not, you need probably, say, to have a dominant position in the board, 51%. But if he were to do things that were so egregiously anti-company that would destroy it, there would probably be some mechanisms where he would be relieved of power, probably declared insane or some shit like that. See, as a practical matter, he would need to own at least 75% of the shares to be able to completely destroy his company. See, and so ultimately he'd only be destroying his own fortune, his own capital. You see what I'm trying to define here? I'm trying to define how he doesn't really own it. I mean, he owns it, but he doesn't control it. It's part of the collective nation, of the collective national wealth. Capital controls would prevent capital from fleeing the country. Now, capital controls have been eliminated since the 1980s during Reagan, really, in order deliberately to have capital go to other countries and establish companies there so that the companies in the foreign countries would use cheap labor to produce the same doodads that they were producing in the United States, but sell them back to the United States and for the owners to pocket the profits. Hmm? No, we don't want that. Of course not. We want the production to remain in the United States. We want to make sure that capital does not flee the United States. Therefore, we impose capital controls. We do not allow capital to flee the United States under any circumstance. Oh no. Yeah, I'm the dictator. I don't want my capital to leave the country. On the contrary, I need that capital to build a better country. So I impose capital controls. And the people who would suffer, they're the rich people trying to leverage and arbitrage that capital into more profits for themselves, but poverty for the United States. Say, they're the only people who'd really object to it. The capitalists. I mean, the real blood-sucking, unproductive capitalists who move capital overseas just so that they can get cheaper labor. And of course, cheaper labor overseas means unemployment in America. And we don't want that, especially if we want a society where in every nuclear family, you only need one breadwinner to have a decent life for the entire family. Of course, we want that because, as we've discussed before, see, only a parent can look after children with the care that they deserve and the care that they need. And so, yeah, capital controls all the way. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm a communist. I mean, look, man, I'm in favor of Augusto Pinochet and I'm in favor of shooting illegal aliens. And you calling me a commie? Dude, whatever. Okay. So, anyway, taxation policy 10% flat income tax, no deductions. No deductions, nothing. No depreciation, deduction, nothing. 10% across the board. Capital gains are also taxed at 10%. Now, this is personal, by the way. The corporate tax, I already did it. Okay. Now, no property tax. And this is key because a lot of people are going to say, well, how are you going to pay for schools? Well, there aren't going to be any public schools anymore. Okay. We're going to abolish them, all of them. And I'll explain why. No property tax. And because it seems grossly unfair for you to buy a home and then have to pay taxes. And if you don't pay the taxes, they take away your home. Because then basically what's going on is that you don't own the home, you rent it. You rent it from the state. Fuck that. There are some states like Illinois that have such high property taxes that it's an actual issue. I mean, it's a problem. Elimination of all property taxes. Absolutely. Okay. But of course, in the United States, in other countries, it's different. But in the United States, property taxes pays for schooling, for the public school. But I'm eliminating public schools, so that's a non-issue. Okay. I haven't figured out what mechanism the counties and the cities would need to pay for their services, like water, infrastructure, repair, and all the rest of it. That needs to be finessed, but no property tax. Because if you own land, property, it's yours. Nobody can take it away because you didn't pay some fee. Okay. If we really, really, really need to do something like this, then some sort of property tax for some reason, then we make it so that the person can never lose the property because it's grossly unfair. It's grossly unfair that for failure to pay a property tax, they lose the property because, like I said, it's you're basically saying that you don't own the property, you're just renting it. That is not fair, not acceptable. High import tariffs, precisely to discourage imports and encourage domestic production. And anybody who says that high tariffs encourage, shoddy goods or this and that and the other, that's not really the case, especially not in an economy as big as the Americans. See, in an economy as big as the United States is, you'll always find some company that will make the better doodad. Okay, so you don't need foreign production. And a lot of people will point to the car industry during the 70s and how American car manufacturers were shoddy and all the rest of it, and foreign car makers were so much better. Yeah, but that had a lot to do with the outsized influence of the unions at that time, plus other issues that were endemic to the American car manufacturing sector that aren't really at play today. So that's not really a valid argument. Okay, so retirement policy. Now, retirement policy is this: I would, as dictator, eliminate Social Security completely, as well as all government, that is military, and corporate pension schemes. Okay, um, all of it. Social Security and any pension scheme, it's all gone. Instead, to replace it, create private retirement accounts like the Chilean AFP system. The Chilean AFP system before the communists fucked it up in the past year. Okay. The Chilean AFP system worked like a charm since, what was it, 83? And it was a fucking brilliant system. Okay. And it's basically you have a private retirement account. It's basically a 401k, only more tightly regulated. Okay. More tightly regulated in certain regards, but with greater flexibility in terms of moving your money around in your investment vehicles. Okay. And it's tightly controlled, though you can free it up to move it to different funds, and you can transfer. What we would do is, as dictator, all the monies and liabilities from old systems would be transferred over to these private retirement schemes, to this private retirement accounts. Each person would have their own private retirement passbook. Okay. And it would be an actual physical book, like a passport. And you'd see there the money accumulating. And it would be a slice of your income. I would peg it at 5% of your income. 5% contributed by you, 5% contributed by your employer. And that way it's basically 10%. You fill that up over 20 odd years, 30 years of working, and you're going to have plenty of money for your retirement. This pension system works, proved to work in Chile, and I know it for a fact. Okay, just so long as you don't fuck with it, and in the sense of fucking with it, that is like withdrawing money beforehand, like they did like this past year. The communist man, they went ahead and did it, and they ruined the system, and now it's not going to work, and all these pensioners are not going to have enough money. Okay, it's just a fucking mess. Okay, but that's the problem with Chile. And Chile, man, it just depresses the fuck out of me. You know, they elected communists again, just like in 1970. And just like in 1970, between 70 and 73, it was a fucking disaster. It's going to be another fucking disaster. And I'm just so pissed. But anyway, let's move on. Healthcare policy. Okay, we end the insurance scam. This is the first day of my dictatorship. We end the insurance scam system that exists today. We end it because it's a scam by the insurance companies. Okay? We end big pharma corruption of doctors and hospitals. Big pharma pays off doctors, as I explained before, to peddle certain medications. We end it right off the bat. And hospitals, same thing. And we talk to all the hospitals and we tell them, look, you're going to put like the actual prices of shit, not inflated prices for the insurance system, or else we'll throw your CEO and board of directors in jail. And they'll be cooling their heels in a Supermax facility in Arizona until you fuckers, grow some sense. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be the dictator. I'm not going to fuck around. End hospital and big pharma price gouging. Yeah, because you want to end that. Because that's just bullshit, okay? The regular people can't afford. I mean, some fucker showed some bill that he got for like $350,000, like $380,000 because of a broken leg. What the fuck is that, man? Fuck off, And when I had a baby in Chile, I had two babies, okay? I paid 10 grand for, what was it, 3 nights in a private hospital, the best private hospital in Chile, with the best OBGYN. It was a cesarean section. I mean, it was just top flight all the way. It cost me 10 grand with everything, okay? I mean, food, everything, and the whole shebang. It cost me, let me recall, the first baby was like, it was just shy of 10 grand, 10 US. It was like 9,700, and the second was like 10,300 because I think we spent an extra day. Okay, something like that. And it was everything: anesthesiologist, OR, the whole thing. Okay, 10 grand. And in the States, you're paying, if you're lucky, 30. Come on, no. There should be a public and a private system. Everyone guaranteed basic health care. Everyone, no exception. Okay, except illegal aliens. Illegal aliens don't get shit. And an illegal alien is dying outside the ER of a hospital, and the hospital says, "Well, he's illegal, so we're not going to do shit." It's fine, no problem. See, discourage illegals. Absolutely. Yeah, and if they die on the sidewalk, well, tough luck. They should have stayed in Mexico or wherever the fuck they came from. You know. Yeah, we have a public and a private system. Okay, the public system is everybody gets basic health care and an emphasis on checkups, on weight and nutrition. Okay, because preventive medicine is always cheaper than palliative medicine. Mhm. I mean, somebody's sick, they're going to be expensive. You treat them before they get sick, it'll be cheaper, always. So you set up a system whereby everybody gets a checkup once per year. Everybody. Okay? Except illegals. Illegals, like I said, illegals mean shit. Okay? Somebody who is lawfully in the United States, be it a tourist, be it anybody. Okay? That's different. Somebody who shows up, somebody from wherever, like from fucking Chile, me on my Chilean passport, I can go to the States and stay in the States for 90 days. That's fact. Okay. I'm a lawful tourist, no problem. Okay. See, anybody who's a lawful tourist, no problem. In my dictatorship, no problem. But if you are illegal, you got no rights. You're a non-person. You're not even a dog. Because in my dictatorship, it'll be illegal to shoot dogs. Yeah. It'll be legal to shoot cats, though. That's fine. But dogs, no. Okay. Except pit bulls. Okay. Now you're going to have public, that's guaranteed medical care, and private. And private is going to be exactly that, private. Okay. And you can have whatever kind of hospital you want. Okay. But you're not going to have the insurance system, which has become a scam to suck money out of people. I have mixed feelings about insurance because insurance is an invention. It's a very useful invention on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's very easy to abuse it, abuse the system, abuse this wonderful invention. That's why, in fact, the Amish refuse to have insurance because they recognize how it can corrupt. Mhm. And I'm a great admirer of the Amish, by the way. Yeah. And I'm dead serious because they understand what living is all about. They understand that a lot of times technology can be very good and sometimes technology is very, very bad. And there are certain technologies that you don't think of them as technologies, but they are. And insurance is one of them. They're opposed to insurance in a big way. Huh? And they have a very good point. They have a very valid point. Mhm. And so I'm of mixed feelings about it. At the time of this presentation, I'm not sure about it. So let's leave it at that. Now, the justice system. Okay, so all judges, prosecutors, and sheriffs are local citizens, never carpetbaggers. Local citizens, I mean from the town or the county, okay? You never have carpetbaggers as judges, prosecutors, or sheriffs. All judges and prosecutors and sheriffs are appointed, never elected. Of course not. Because if you have people who are elected to these offices, they're going to be political. And you don't want political people in the justice system. You want apolitical people. You want people who are going to be even-handed. Somebody, by definition, who's running for the office of sheriff or prosecutor or judge is going to be not merely inherently biased. We all are to a greater or lesser extent, but they are going to be actively pushing their point of view to the detriment of the society as a whole, to the collective as a whole. Okay? You want to get rid of them. Each locality appoints the judges, prosecutors, and sheriffs as they see fit. Now, localities are supervised but not controlled by the individual states. This is important. States may exercise an overall veto, but they can't micromanage. Mhm. Because what you want is the locality to have independent judgment as to whom it appoints and what it does. Now, do keep in mind, if you have a group of citizens who did national service, own their own property, have skin in the game, well, they're going to be a lot more responsible now, aren't they? They're going to make sure that people who are judges and prosecutors and sheriffs, they're on the level. Of course they are, because they know that if they need to go to a judge, well, they want that judge to be fair. So it's not going to be a political issue. It's going to be an issue of being just decent and good at your job. You see what I'm saying? Hang on a second. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry about that. Anyway, so yeah, and the what'll happen is that the states will have to have a supervisory role insofar as the judges, prosecutors, and sheriffs are concerned. But you don't want the state to be micromanaging it, because if it has the power to micromanage, the state will eventually take over the locality. You don't want that at all costs. So they can only veto. And if they veto, it better be like a really good reason. And the citizens of the locality will have the power to override the state's veto. Mhm. Because it could be this. It could be you have a situation where you have a corrupt judge, prosecutor, sheriff, whatever, and the state decides to veto whatever is going on. Then it would involve the people in the locality, and they'd all have to sort of like determine, is this smart or not, right? And that's how it would work out. It would always be conservative. And that's the point. See? Conservative, not in the political sense, but conservative in the sense of being very cautious and slow moving. Because, you make a decision in haste, repent at leisure. See? And we want to avoid that. You see what I'm saying? Anyway, yeah, speedy justice. All crimes, and I mean all crimes, must be adjudicated within 90 days of filing of charges. None of this shit of you know, things taking forever. Mm-mm. 90 days. And appeals cannot take more than 60 days. Okay. And judges and prosecutors will be fined their day's pay for every day past 60 days of a crime or case, or 90 days. I mean, I fucked up the dates, but you know what I'm saying. See, if judges and prosecutors know that they're going to be docked their pay, they're going to hurry up. And that's what you want. You want things to move along. You want speedy justice, a speedy and fair trial. Okay. This idea of having court cases taking forever. No, you don't want that. You want it fast. You want it done. You want it behind you, because it it ruins the life of the person, be he guilty or innocent. Okay. But an extended trial, he's not able to move on. See? Yeah. Speedy trial, speedy justice as a principle. Okay. Between the time that the charges are filed and the jury is told to deliberate, 90 days maximum. Okay. Now, at the choice of the convict, sentences can be incarceration or corporal punishment. Yeah. I mean, let me ask you something. Yeah, see, you went and stole a car and went for a joyride. Okay. What do you prefer? A year in jail, or 10 lashes, or 12 lashes? Let's make it one lash per month. Which would you prefer? I'll ask the chat right now. What the fuck? Why not? Which would you prefer? You stole a car, went for a joyride. Nobody got hurt, but you did go for a joyride and you crashed the car. Okay. Which would you prefer? Option number 1, 12 months in jail. Option number 2, 12 lashes in public. Which would you prefer? Option 1, jail. Option 2, 12 lashes. Yeah. Lashes. Yeah. In the public square. Yeah. Absolutely. Mm. Oh, Meta's stupid. Yeah. Option 2, most people are saying option 2. Yeah. I said Meta's stupid because somebody in the chat said it, I talked about Meta. That whole thing is just dumb. It's another dumb idea from Zuckerberg. Anyway, yeah. the convict gets to choose incarceration or corporal punishment. Okay. Now, capital punishment. Now, I've always been on the fence on capital punishment for the reasons I outlined before. Because in principle, I am not opposed to a society deciding that a person does not have the right to live among them. Not at all. But the problem is that any human justice will always be fallible. And therefore, there is the distinct possibility that innocent people will be executed. In fact, it is known that innocent people have been executed. And it is known that there have been some counties that the prosecutor and the judges deliberately created the conditions whereby they got to execute as many people as they wanted. Mark Furman of O.J. Simpson fame, he wrote a book about it, about one particular county. I forget the name of it, but I suggest you look it up. It was very interesting and it was very well researched. And unfortunately, the name of the book slips my mind, and I don't have it with me. I have it in storage in Chile, but it was a very good book. So anyway, it happens all the time. However, my thinking is that corporate capital punishment, especially in the society that I'm outlining, will likely be less needed. Okay. And here's the thing. You see, capital punishment must be carried out by firing squad composed of citizens. You heard right. Citizens have to do it. And they are going to be chosen at random. Mhm. And those who have been part of a firing squad before, they get exempted from future firing squads until all the citizens of a given city or county are used up, if you will, in that category. And then they can cycle again. Of course, the likelihood is that they'll never happen again. I mean, they'll have the one time of being part of a firing squad. And also what will happen is that one person in the county will be tasked with giving the coup de grace. If you've ever been to a firing squad, see, what happens is that you have, a group of 4, 6, rarely 8 soldiers with a rifle, and they aim it at the condemned man. And the condemned man is tied up to a post, and usually they put a paper over his chest, more or less where his heart is, and everybody aims for that. Now, of those rifles, one of them is loaded with a blank, and the blank is shown to the men, but they don't know which rifle gets the blank. And so that way, every man can think to himself that he fired that blank. Mhm. And many men who are parts of firing squads, they get a great deal of comfort of the fact that they had the blank, although, of course, they never know if they did, but they convince themselves that they do because human beings are like that. And human beings can easily fool themselves into believing whatever they want. So you have firing squads, right? But what you have to do is what you're going to have, unfortunately, is you have to have one man who goes up to the condemned who's been shot through the heart by, six, or well, 6 or 8 men minus one blank, right? And he has to deliver the coup de grace. And sometimes, and this happens, all of the men of the firing squad chicken out, and they all deliberately miss the condemned man. And the condemned man is perfectly alive. And the man who delivers the coup de grace has to shoot a very living man, go walk right up to him and shoot him in the head. And of course, if he's still alive, usually that guy will shoot him twice just to make sure that he's dead, because you don't want to shoot the guy once in the head and he's still moribund. You want to get the job done. I mean, come on, you don't want to be a cruel bastard, right? So anyway, one of these guys, one citizen will have to be selected at random to deliver the coup de grace. And it takes a lot of nerve. It's not an easy task. And the mechanisms for that, they're going to have to be in place because it could well be that the man who has to deliver the coup de grace chickens out at the last minute. This happens. Okay. So, yeah, but that's the way. And here's the thing. All citizens of a locality or a town or county, the local citizens, they all have to be present at the execution. Yeah, they have to be there. They have to see it. No excuses. No excuse to not attend. Obviously, if somebody's like, they're in the hospital or something, sure. But oh no, I'm going weekend with the kids fishing. Fuck that. They got to show up. I mean, it has to be something, some reason, some really important reason, because you want every citizen to see an execution. Because on the one hand, there's that bloodlust. And see, when you're executing a person, see, you're not going to be executing him for no fucking reason, right? The guy did something bad. And so you're going to know what he did. And you're going to know as a citizen that that guy who fucked over your collective, your locality, whatever, by doing his egregious crime, maybe he raped some girl or worse. I mean, rape bad, but it's not as bad as murder. So I don't think that rape would qualify as capital punishment, right? But say he murdered somebody, yeah, he deserves capital punishment. And you're going to have to see it up close and personal. And see, on the one hand, that satisfies a certain bloodlust that we all have to a certain degree, some more than others, on the one hand. And on the other hand, it will keep everybody in line. Do you have any idea how crime falls when people get to see executions up close and personal? Do you have any idea? There is this naval officer. His name slipped my mind. God damn it! I had him, but now he's on the tip of my tongue. A Chilean naval officer. Back in some earthquake in the 1930s, there are some like sectors of Viña del Mar. There's a whole area of Viña del Mar named after him, and they named it after him because of one thing that he did. And this is a true story. And the name, I'm probably going to remember it later on in the broadcast. And as soon as I remember it, I'll spit it up. But anyway, this naval officer, there was the earthquake, right? And there were a whole bunch of looters right after, because after every natural disaster, looters come out. Okay. Because people panic and criminals take advantage of the situation. And the panicked people see the criminals and they join in and they start looting. It's natural. It happens everywhere. Okay. And it's not that the people are bad. It's just there is a small criminal element that kicks it off, and the people panic thinking, oh my God, there isn't going to be any goods. Grab stuff while I can. Okay. It's a weird human reaction. And I've seen looting after natural events everywhere. It happens everywhere. Natural disasters, rather. Okay. I mean, it's Chile, Africa, the States, Europe, everywhere. It happens everywhere. Okay. It's just one of those weird human things. Anyway, this guy, God, what's the fuck the name of the guy? Anyway, this guy, this naval officer, he saw this looting going on. He rounded up a couple of platoons of sailors, and he rounded up some looters and shot them on the spot. Looting stopped instantly. And nobody fucked with anything after that. Okay, he restored order. And that's how you do it. He shot a couple of looters on the spot. Firing squad shot them and delivered the coup de grace himself. And he declared right there in front of everybody, he says, anybody loots anymore, I'm going to shoot them. I'm going to round them up and put them here in front of the firing squad and get shot. Right the fuck now. Everybody stopped looting. Everything was peaceful after that. And ambulances were able to move around and do everything, because of course looting, what happens with looting is that it creates all kinds of disorder. And so rescue workers, doctors, whatnot, they can't reach the people that they need to help because of the fucking looters. Okay. And so, yeah, he restored order. The people were able to get the assistance that they needed, and everything, moved on, and people got food and water and everything was hunky-dory. See? And because of it, because of his quick thinking, because of he basically executed a bunch of people. I think he shot like 4 or 5 people. Order was restored and everybody was thankful. And that's the lesson. See, when you see an execution, it sobers you the fuck up. Yeah. And you realize, okay, we're not fucking around anymore. See? That's why public executions are so effective. That's why ISIS likes to cut people's heads off. People never forget that. And they never, ever, ever cross ISIS. Fuck no. See, because if you have a civilization that is fundamentally a pushover, that they'll They're like, "Oh, come on, don't do that. Oh, you went and did such a silly thing. No, you shouldn't have done that." You know, nobody's afraid of them. And the criminals especially know that, oh, they'll do a little jail time, but no big deal. And they're not afraid. They're not afraid of the punishment. They have to be afraid. Capital punishment, if you're fucking A, you're going to be afraid of it, especially if you get to see it. You see it once, you're never going to put yourself in the position where that can happen to you. Because there's nothing more humiliating than to be executed. There is something beyond dehumanization of an executed figure, of a person who has been executed, especially if it's justified. Because if it's unjustified, it's just wrong. It just hits you in the gut like that was wrong. And when you see an innocent child or an innocent adult murdered, it just breaks your heart. When it's just some innocent person who never hurt anybody or never did anything to deserve death like that, it just breaks your heart. But what's curious is that when it's like somebody who's bad, who's done wrong, and they get it, it's like, yeah, and you feel it. It's weird. It's really fucking weird, but it's true. It's really true. And you should always face the truth about human nature. When we see a bad person get executed, on the one hand, it scares the fuck out of us, and we make sure never to do what that bad person did. And on the other hand, we say, yeah. Because what it is the collective will expressing itself by way of execution. The collective will is basically saying, we're not afraid of doing whatever it takes to maintain order, stability, civilization. We're willing to get dirty, real fucking dirty, to keep shit in line. That's what it's signaling. Okay? A nation that is willing to execute people for egregious crimes, it has a future. You see, when Jeffrey Dahmer was killed in his prison in Wisconsin, was it, or whatever? See, he was a fucking cannibal, and there was no question that he was guilty. He was guilty as sin. He had the corpses dismembered in his fucking freezer, for crying out loud. He would lure in these Asian boys, tie them up, rape them, murder them, dismember them, and put them in his fucking freezer. And he got caught by accident somehow. I forget the details, right? He was guilty. He was an evil fuck, and he ate them. Oh, and that was the other thing I forgot to mention. Jeffrey Dahmer ate his fucking victims. I mean, he's a rapist, cannibal, horrible human being. The guy deserved the death penalty. He didn't get it. He didn't get the death penalty. The most deserving individual ever, and he didn't get the death penalty. There was no question as to his guilt. Zero. Okay? And his crimes were just egregious, beyond the pale. I mean, okay, so he raped some, Asian twinks. Okay, well, that's bad, but, that's not that bad. And then he murdered them. Okay, that's pretty bad. Okay, but then he ate them. Dude, what the fuck? Huh? I mean, raping the twinks, bad, naughty, murdering them. Eesh. But eating them, he had to go. But they didn't. They didn't execute him. And in jail, of course, the prisoners there just waiting, just, drooling to kill him. And they probably had a competition going as to who was going to murder the guy, right? He fucking deserved it. But you see, that was cowardly of the society to not do what had to be done, i.e. execute Dahmer, and instead passive aggressively doing it by putting him in some jail where they knew that he was going to be murdered the first opportunity. Because that's what happened. The guy didn't last like a month in jail. I actually forgot how long he lasted in jail, right? But like, when the word came that he'd been murdered in jail, like nobody was surprised, right? And the thing is, see, as far as I'm concerned, that was a cowardly way to go about it. Everybody wanted him dead. He deserved the death penalty. Do it. And do it in a way that will be for the public good. See, a guy like Dahmer, you shoot him in public in front of everybody, and people are going to know. Don't fucking be evil. Not like Dahmer, because you're going to get it. And like I said earlier, there is something so humiliating because when a truly guilty person gets executed, I can't quite explain it, but I've discussed it with a few people and they agree. See, there's only sadness when an innocent person is murdered. And you see the corpse of an innocent person, it just breaks your heart. You remember that picture in 2015 or 14, I believe, of that child that was coming from Turkey and drowned and washed up on some beach in Greece, right? And everybody was just heartbroken because it truly was just so sorrowful. A 5-year-old boy. I have small children, and to see that child there, yeah, it was shocking. It was heartbreaking. But when you see a criminal, when you know he's a criminal, of course, and he's dead, it's like, yeah, and it's humiliating for him. And that is powerful, a powerful signal to the whole society. Don't fuck with us. That's what it's saying. And you want that. Okay? Anyway, government welfare policy, end of all welfare, all of it. Okay? And if people are homeless because of it, so be it. Sorry. Okay? Uh, End of all welfare, as well as personal and corporate subsidies. Well, corporate subsidies I mentioned before, but we want to make sure to end all welfare, all of it. Because what will happen is very simple. See, when people no longer have any kind of government tit to suck from, right? They are going to very naturally turn to their families. Now, what will happen is that, see, if they are genuinely going through a bit of a stretch of bad luck or something like that, they are going to, the family is going to help them. But at the same time, the family, both the nuclear family and the extended family, is going to be putting a lot of pressure on them to get their shit together and find a job or whatnot. See? And what'll happen is that they'll probably get their shit together. See? Because whenever somebody is subsidized, that is, they're given free money, then they're going to be lazy. And that's just human nature. And to deny it is just stupid. People are like that. I mean, if you're giving me free money, mm, say you're giving me like not a hell of a lot, just like I don't know, $600. I could probably live very well for $600. I mean, not lap of luxury kind of well, but good enough. Yeah, I mean, okay, like a kind of like a shitty one-room apartment somehow, or probably sharing some apartment, like a 2-bedroom with some other roommate, right? It would be kind of shitty, but yeah, I could survive. I could make it, especially if I'm kind of like lazy or not that motivated. Sure. Huh? And if I'm some woman and I got pregnant, okay, I'm a single mom and I'm getting 600 from the state. And if I have another kid, I'll get another 600. I'm going to have another kid. I'll have $1,200 and a couple of kids. And I don't mind the kids, $1,200 a month. I don't have to do shit. Maybe have a third kid and get another 600, 1,800 and 3 kids. And the state pays for it. I mean, this is human nature. See? Humans are lazy. All humans believe by instinct in the law of minimum effort, of trying to get the maximum outcome from the minimum effort. It's not just human beings, it's all animals. All living things do exactly the same thing. Try to expend the minimum amount of energy to get the maximum return, insofar as nutrients, insofar as shelter, insofar as positive conditions of any sort. This is normal. And so to pretend that welfare and subsidies do not essentially undermine the collective, they undermine the individual because they make things easy for him. Come on, wake up. So we get rid of all welfare. We end government student loans and subsidies, all of them. And by the way, we're going to get rid of university for the most part. We end government mortgage loan guarantees. Okay. And what'll happen with that? Interest rates will go up, and therefore prices will go down of properties. Yeah, because prices are overinflated because money is so cheap. So people can take out these enormous loans. And so since sellers know this, they increase the price of their property because for the borrowers, it's going to be a marginally higher mortgage rate, but rather small. Whereas for the sellers, it's going to represent, $20, $30, $50,000 more, if not more. you know? And so they're going to raise the price. And that's how prices of homes have ballooned because of cheap mortgages. And why do you have cheap mortgages? Because you have government guarantees and all kinds of manipulation to make the price of mortgages, the price of money, be as low as possible. You get rid of those subsidies and those guarantees, and mortgage rates go up, prices of homes go down, houses become more affordable. That's what you want. You don't end the Federal Reserve. A lot of people say end the Federal Reserve. That's stupid. You need a central bank and you need fiat currency. Why do you need fiat currency? Because it fucking works. Okay. People have been saying that the dollar is a fiat currency, and all of the mistakes started in 1919 when they founded the Federal Reserve. Okay, so we've got 102 years of fiat currency, and it's still, working. Oh, you can say that the dollar has devalued and all the rest of it, but has it failed to work? It might fail now with hyperinflation, because of excessive spending, but with the death of the Build Back Better bill, and probably not. I mean, so has it worked? Yes, it has. It's fiat currency. It's not backed by anything. Yeah, but so what? It fucking works. The proof is in the pudding, man. So you telling me this shit, oh, let's get rid of the Federal Reserve, that's just dumb. Any fuckstick who says get rid of the Fed, he's a fucking idiot. Because that's not the fucking problem, you fucking idiot. The Fed is not the problem. The problem is them gaming the interest rates. Because what are interest rates? Interest rates are the price of money. Think of it. See, I lend you money. I lend you $100 and I lend it to you at, say, 5%. So what's really going on is that you are paying me 5% of the loan. That's the price of the loan, 5%. You're buying $100 from me for 5%. Yeah, yes, of course, you're going to have to return the $100 plus pay me the 5% interest. But you see my point. Interest rate is the price of money. If you think of it in those terms, then you realize that what the Federal Reserve has been doing has been distorting the price of money. Because who is supposed to determine the price of something? The buyers and the sellers. There's a supply curve and the demand curve. Where they intersect, that's the price of the good or service. If you consider money to be just another good, and then you realize that the supply curve and the demand curve are both distorted because the Federal Reserve has been lowering the price of money by way of its federal funds rate. The federal funds rate is the primary vehicle by which the Federal Reserve controls the interest rates of the US dollar. If the Federal Reserve refrains from manipulating the price of money by way of the Fed's fund rate and instead allows banks and customers to determine the price organically by supply and demand, well, interest rates would rise. And this would have a catastrophic effect on a whole bunch of stakeholders, right? But I'm the dictator of America, so fuck them. It'll be just a bunch of fucking capitalists and they'll freak the fuck out and it doesn't matter. And if they get uppity, I'll just put them up against the wall and shoot the fuckers, right? So I'm the dictator. I tell the Fed, stop distorting the price of money. And since I'm the dictator with absolute power, they say, yes, sir. Can we suck your dick some more? Not right now. I'm busy with other shit, but stop distorting the price of money. That's how you fix the Fed. You don't eliminate the Fed because the Fed actually does a whole bunch of things, background shit, hygienic shit that is very useful to the economy. Okay. They keep the pipes clean, the financial pipes. The thing that they're fucking up is this issue of manipulating the price of money. And the thing that's happened, especially after the 2008 financial crisis, is that they've painted themselves into a corner where they can't raise interest rates, but they have to. They have to. And what will happen is that you need to raise interest rates, or else you're going to have not merely a collapsing currency, which is going to be bad enough, but a collapsing economy. Okay. So they have to let go of the price of money. But what would happen? A lot of debtors would go bankrupt because the interest rates are adjustable. And if the interest rates go up, it'll bankrupt a whole bunch of different debtors, and including pension funds and whatnot. And it would cause another kind of collapse. So they're literally between a rock and a hard place. My thinking is that, see, when you go back to what is organic and natural, things are going to hurt. Of course they are. But in the end, in the long run, it'll be better for everybody. My thinking back in 2008 was that they should have let the big banks fail, let all those bad bonds go, and just wipe it all out and start from scratch. Instead, they lower the interest rates, and the problems of 2008 have continued and they've snowballed. And here we are running out of road on which to kick the can. So my thinking as the dictator is that we're going to have to bite the bullet. And the Fed stops manipulating rates, lets them go where they will. And we have a whole bunch of people who go bankrupt, a whole bunch of pension funds that go tits up, a whole bunch of people jumping out of windows very high up on a bunch of very high towers, and let it all crash. Yeah, it'll just have to be. See, because it's that, or you have a hyperinflationary crash and you have people starving. And quite frankly, between a bunch of institutions going tits up and a bunch of people committing suicide, people with very expensive suits and very nice cars committing suicide, and a bunch of working people not having enough money to buy food, well, I prefer the former over the latter. And I'm sure you do too. So, yeah. Okay, and this is the final slide. And let's finish this fucking thing because I've gone 4 hours. Holy fucking shit. How many fuckers do I have watching this shit? I got 900 of you. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Good to know. Okay, so food and water policy. This is actually something that I care about. There are a bunch of policies I wasn't able to include because it would have been like 3 or 4 more slides, and I debated them. Energy policy, financial policy, this, that, the other. But, this is sort of like a first approach to this whole issue. Okay. Now, water policy. It's the goal to have inhabitants and citizens consume local food products and water supply that are unimpeachably safe. The food and the water has to be policed vigorously by the federal government. Yeah, we don't want chemicals in our food. No estrogen in our water supply. Okay. The government will err on the side of caution. If there is a reasonable suspicion of harm, then the food or water will be withdrawn from the market, the cost borne by the producer, and will be withdrawn instantly, by the way. The more national a food producer, the more vigorously the testing and policing. Because the idea is that, see, if food is locally produced, okay, I mean, of course, we want it to be healthy food that won't harm individuals. But if it's locally produced and it's locally consumed, of course, it might harm people, but it'll be just the local people. It won't be the whole country. So we don't have to police it that vigorously. Because you see, if it's locally produced, the people there will pay attention to it. So they're not going to have to, the federal government is not going to have to police the local food supply, that closely. They'll have to an extent, but not that carefully. But those who are national suppliers of food, that's where you have to be careful. Because see, if you get like, I don't know, like a bad batch of cornflakes, well, then everyone in the country is going to be affected. You see what I'm saying? So the national stuff has to be really policed. But the food that's more local, take it easy. Let the local government handle it. Okay? That's the approach you have to take. See? Because what's happened is that a big part of the reason that there are all these national foods loaded with chemicals and preservatives and all the rest of it, shit that is harmful to you, actively harmful to you, is because the federal government is going out of its way to police all food supplies. Not very well, but it does it to all of them. And so a small local producer of food has to jump through a whole bunch of regulatory hoops, even though they're producing it for a fairly small market. And so it's not worth their while, economically speaking. But it is worth the while of the large producer. But the large producer, of course, because it's large, long shipping times, it has to load up its foods with all kinds of preservatives, all kinds of chemicals. And a lot of those chemicals, we are seeing the effects. Look, why do you think that so many young men are faggots or soy boys? Well, the name gives it away. It's all that fucking soy, but not just the soy, all those preservatives and chemicals and whatnot. Everybody's worried about the chemicals in the fucking polio vaccine. I wouldn't worry so much about that as the all the chemicals and preservatives that are in your Pop Tarts. I mean, have you looked at a box of Pop Tarts or any other national food? Ding dongs and Pepperidge Farm cookies and shit like that. They got all kinds of crap in them. Totally inorganic shit to preserve it. Stuff that's a hell of a lot more dangerous than any kind of preservative in some polio vaccine. Come on. I mean, wake up here. But people focus on the fucking polio vaccine instead of the fucking cookies or cereal, breakfast cereal or whatever the fuck that's national. It's got all kinds of stuff. And it's more plastic than organic, for crying out loud, right? And it's because of the long delivery times, because it's national. And why does it have such long delivery times? Well, because, see, the large corporations that produce this food for the entire national market in the US, they can jump through all the regulatory hoops that the FDA has put for them. But the local small-scale producer cannot. And he's policed at an equal level. See? Economies of scale, baby. And so the local producer, who's probably more healthy because it doesn't have that many chemicals, because it doesn't need to send the food that far away, they wind up not producing because it's not economically viable for them. But the unhealthy food does get produced and does get consumed. See? Not to mention the fact that you get a homogenous food supply on a national level that is not really good long term. You want to have a mixed variety of foods, see? Because if you consume a fairly limited type of food, long term, it's not good for the body. You want mix and match and have all kinds of different foods going into your system. See? Okay, so moving on. Yeah, the more national food supply, the more vigorously testing. Any chemicals that are estrogen. Oh yeah, any chemicals that are estrogenic or otherwise harm the hormonal health of the people will be immediately withdrawn, and producers held personally responsible. See, going back to the personal responsibility issue. You running a company and you knowingly put shit in it that hurts people, you get the jail time and you get the bullet between the eyes rather. Absolutely. Okay. And some of these people and these big food companies, they know that they're putting out shit. I mean, some of them don't eat their own food, the food that their company produces, because they know what goes into it. I know somebody who worked at Procter & Gamble, who worked in their cleaning supply division. And this person was an industrial chemist. And this person told me, never use Procter & Gamble cleaning products because all that shit gets absorbed in your skin and is really, really, really bad for you. They went into some details. I don't want to discuss it now because I don't want to open myself up to the possibility of a suit. But this was real. And this person who told me this, I mean, I know them really. I mean, I talk to them. I know them. Know them. Okay. I mean, family member close. Okay. But like unimpeachable. And she told me, don't fuck with this shit. Don't use it. It's bad, bad, bad for you. And I'm like, oh, well, you think it's bad? Oh, no. We've got the animal testing to prove that it's bad. And we've got some anecdotal evidence from people that it's bad. Don't use it. What the fuck? And this shit is being marketed right now. It's being sold. And this person was with me at a supermarket and pointed that product, never buy it. Yeah. So anyway, education policy. Oh yeah. So the education policy of me as dictator of the United States and public school system, end it. End it. Just end it. See, like I said before, you don't pay property tax, but you're not going to be funding the public school system. The public school system is fundamentally a dishonest system. It was created to educate workers, future workers. Okay. And it doesn't work. I mean, it's outlived its usefulness. And not only that, it graduates people who are incompetent. It's created a teaching, a group of people who are so called teachers who are incompetents, who are just a weight around the neck of society. The people, the kids that they educated, they don't educate them. They're fucking morons. They don't know shit from about anything. Okay. And when I say that they're morons, I mean in the sense that they are completely uneducated. They're just graduated. It's just like a holding pen. Essentially, what's going on is that the state is the daycare center for kids while the parents work. The schools, the elementary schools and the high schools, middle schools and whatnot, they don't teach kids shit. Maybe in the more expensive school districts. I went to public school when I was growing up in the 70s and 80s. But I went to very good public schools with all kinds of gear and shit. I mean, like I had band and we had all kinds of like musical instruments that we could use and check out whenever we wanted to, and instructors and all the rest of it. But I was like in an upper middle class neighborhood. And of course, there was all kinds of good shit there. Okay, the medium household income was comfortably upper middle class at the time. Mhm. And so, yeah, those schools were great, but most schools are not like that. Most schools are shit. Most schools are it's just a waste of time. And more to the point, and more importantly, it doesn't identify and build up the smartest people or the best people. Mhm. And let alone the hoi polloi. But I'm talking about like the really smart kids. It's smart kids are like oak trees. See, it's hard to get them going. Once they get going, they grow into really strong trees, right? But oak saplings, they're easily killed off. Okay. And that's what happens with smart kids. They're getting killed off in this crap public school system in the United States. End it. And what happens is that you encourage homeschooling or private schooling. But see, again, it goes back to the principle of never let the government do what the people can do. See, the people can educate their own kids. They can homeschool them or set up private schools. Private schools already exist, right? And some of them are very expensive. Some of them are more reasonable. That's not the point. The point is they exist. And people do homeschool their children. And especially if you have a society where you are actively encouraging one of the parents to be homemakers and stay with the kids and raise the kids, inevitably, these homemakers are going to say, hey, why don't we like set up a education cooperative where one mother or father teaches one subject, say English, and another math, and and you rotate the kids among the households or some shit like that. Yeah, people will get very creative with homeschooling, especially if it's encouraged, especially if there's no other option. And what you do is that you have comprehensive national education tests given at ages 6, 9, 12, 15, and 18. That is every 3 years. And what happens is that, see, the first one, the kid has to know like ABCs and basic arithmetic, something like that, right? And at age 9, some other shit. And age 12, 15, and 18, at each of these, you have fixed standards and they have to pass them. They have to. Okay. And again, if they don't pass them, the punishment is not on the kid because the kid is a kid. It's the parents. The parents get the punishment. They get a fine. Of course, figure out a structure where they get punished. Hmm? Or maybe a fine, or maybe worse, jail time even. I don't know. It doesn't matter. A punishment. Okay. And the thing is, see, here's a key issue. See, the public education system is a crutch. And people all know that it sucks, that it's garbage, but they kind of like pretend to themselves that, well, it exists, it can't be that bad. I mean, the kid will learn something, right? But if you knock out that support, you knock out that leg, mhm, well, and people don't have any option except homeschooling and perhaps private schools that they can't afford, and so they're not going to send the kid to there. They're going to realize, holy shit, we actually have to do something with the fucking kid. We can't depend on the public school. You see the whole conceit here. Eliminating an easy solution, like a subsidy, like welfare. Eliminate the easy solution and oblige people to solve the problem themselves. To solve the problem themselves either individually or as a nuclear family, or more likely than not, they will solve it as an extended family and or as a local community. And people will bitch and moan that there's no more public education, but they'll quickly pull together some sort of educational co-op where everybody knows everybody else, and they will start depending on one another more to educate their kids. Because, of course, not all parents know all subjects. And so they'll, like I said before, they'll have okay, on Monday, they all go over to the Joneses' house because Mrs. Jones knows math and she'll teach math. And then on Tuesday, they all go to the Murphy's place. And Mr. Murphy there knows biology and chemistry, and he'll teach the kiddies that. And so on. You see my point. It'll force people to depend on one another. It'll force people to be responsible to one another. And it'll force people also to spend a lot of time with their kids, and they'll get to know them real well, much better than they do now. Now, what's happening is, of course, that you're sending the kids to public schools, and you're working and your wife is working, and you come home exhausted because it's been a long fucking day. And so because of it, you don't have much patience. And so you don't want to put up with any kind of bullshit from your kid, right? And kids are always bullshitting you because they're fucking kids, right? They're always fucking annoying. And I'm not saying this like in a bad way. They're just like that. I'm fucking, man. I remember when I was a little kid, I was annoying little shit. I'm an annoying big shit now. But going back to my point is that, see, in our current situation, both parents are so exhausted, they have no patience for the kid. And they don't have any patience to make a decent meal, so they buy takeout with all kinds of crap in it. They don't have any patience to listen to the problems of the kid. And so what do? They're happy if the kid zones out with the TV or with the tablet computer or their phone. And they themselves zone out with whatever entertainment they have. And there's no communication. And the parents and the kids grow apart without even realizing it. They're all living in the same house, but they don't know each other. And this is a bad thing. This is something that we want to be fighting. So how do we fight it? We take away conveniences. Public schools are a convenience, an enormous convenience. And who benefits from public schools? Corporations do. The employers of the workers do. Because, of course, the public school is taking care of the kids, essentially daycare. And so the people have the opportunity to work full-time for the corporation. It's for the benefit of the corporation. And if both parents have the opportunity to work full-time, then the price of labor goes down. The only one who benefits from this situation are the corporations, not the people. In fact, it's detrimental to the people because the mother and the father don't get to know their child. The mother and the father view the child as an annoyance at best, and they set up the conditions whereby they don't have to deal with the child because they themselves are so exhausted from their jobs. You see? But if you create a society where you deliberately go out of your way to encourage one person to be a homemaker, caregiver to the children, and you eliminate any public school that acts as a de facto daycare center, then the parent is forced to deal with the kid. The parent is going to tell the other parent, the breadwinner, about what's going on, the requirements, this, that, the other. And so both parents are going to be intimately involved. And because the homemaking parent is going to be on top of the education thing, because there's going to be the possibility of penalties for these stupid tests every 3 years, right? And the tests, of course, they're not designed to be failed. They're designed merely to maintain a standard. Okay. Well, what'll happen is that, see, the parent, the caregiver, he or she is going to invest even more in the kid. The kid is going to matter more. And the parent, the homemaker, will know the kid more. And this, paradoxically enough, will alleviate a lot of the problems of teenage years. Because why do teenagers, like, quote unquote, rebel so much? They rebel so much because the parents don't know them. And the parents don't know them because they haven't spent much time with them. Of course not. They're working. And the kid's away at daycare center, i.e., public school. And so the parent spends very little time with the kid. And because of this, the teenager says, rightfully, my parents don't understand me. They don't, because they don't spend any time with them. You see? You see what's going on? The perniciousness of public school system? I mean, leaving aside the whole fact that the teachers at the public schools, for the most part, they're incompetent. And the public school union, teachers union, and that's an evil organization right there, because its whole purpose is to exploit the system to the benefit of its members without any kind of reciprocal responsibility. It's a horrible system because it has no competition. See? I mean, it's a horrible, horrible system, and it should be, eliminated. That would be the first order of business. Okay. Okay. Moving on. Oh yeah. Every 18-year-old must be required to know a trade that will give them a basic minimum income. See, I want to reduce the number of people who go to university. As a dictator, I'm like, fuck this shit of everybody going to college. No, the top 10%. That's it. And hopefully less, actually. I'd prefer closer to 5%. Because quite frankly, there aren't that many people who deserve to have a university education. There aren't that many people who would actually get something out of a university education. Yeah, at the very extreme of the IQ curve, yes, lots of kids. Yeah, but they're at the extreme. They're the guys who are like 2, 3, 4 standard deviations above the norm. They, sure, no question. But some retard with 110 IQ points who thinks that, he reads James Joyce and knows anything about anything, fuck off. The guy's a fucking retard. No, he's not a fucking retard. He's an ordinary person. The expense of a university education, he doesn't deserve it. He's not going to get anything out of it. See? At this time, the university system is merely an accreditation system that is extremely expensive and extremely time consuming. 4 years of some of the most productive years in a person's life are spent pursuing a fundamentally empty degree. This is wrong. Okay. Anyway, I skipped that point. The education policy should be focused on the following: a citizen with a high school diploma or the equivalent thereof and national service, successfully completed national service, should be able to find a job that can provide him with an income to support himself and his family. That's the avowed goal of education. Let me repeat it. The goal of education in my dictatorship is that somebody who hits the age of 18 knows a trade or craft, has learned it, has apprenticed it. And with their national service, they can find a job that will pay them enough to support themselves and a family. We want families starting as early as possible. See, a couple of kids, a 20-year-old guy with a 19-year-old girl, pregnant, married, and living their own home. That's what we want. We want that. Of course we do. See, a young family, a guy who's 20 and with a wife who's 19 and pregnant. How many kids do you think they're going to have? At least 4 or 5. Sure. Yeah, because once they have the first kid, which is like the big one, the first kid is always the scary one. But after that, you know as a parent what the fuck to expect, right? Number 2, 3, 4, 5, no problem. See, that's what you want. And that's why you want to make sure, you want to make it a goal that somebody who's 20 years old, who's got a high school diploma and did their 2 years national service, they can earn a living and support a family. You want that. That's the goal. You don't want somebody who's like fucking 27 years old. He's got a bachelor's degree and 2 masters in some bullshit, and he's slinging lattes at Starbucks, living in a 2-bedroom apartment with 3 other roommates. You do not want that. Of course not. What kind of society is that? A 27-year-old man who's got nothing to show for his life? Fuck that. You don't want that. Of course not. You want, as a society, you want to go out of your way to avoid that fate. Mhm. It would be insane to want that. It would be insane for you to say, "Oh yeah, he's like a man child of 27." And on top of that, loaded down with $200,000 worth of debt, or however much money he went into debt for all these stupid, pointless, worthless degrees that do not get him a job. I mean, that's the worst part, as far as I'm concerned. Of university education, all this accreditation, but they don't get a job. So what the fuck point is it? I mean, I don't have a problem getting accreditation if it's actually getting you something. But if it's not, what's the point? College education today doesn't get you shit. So do away with it. Limit it, make it what it used to be. Universities should be for the top 10% of students. And everybody else is just superfluous. And when I say the top 10%, I mean IQ. IQ, and of course, getting the grades. And it should be demanding. And student loans should be illegal. I would make them illegal in my dictatorship. They're all illegal, but merit-based scholarships are encouraged. Okay? Sure. Encourage them somehow, but not through tax subsidies or anything like that. Okay? I don't know. I don't quite know how. I haven't thought it through that far, but what I see. Admission to universities after national service. No university student can be a national service washout. Remember, I want national service washouts to be the untouchables of my society. National service washouts should be kicked out. I mean, throw them out. Get rid of them. We don't want them. Send them to a foreign country. I mean, I'm really strict about it. 5 to 10%, minimum 5% of national service people who go into national service, minimum 5% should be washed out. It'll be better for the society overall. Okay, so university admissions are blind with only test scores, grades, and recommendations. No extracurriculars. Why no extracurriculars for the admission? And why this weird, such a tiny detail? Well, because see, extracurriculars, I've come to realize, encourages dishonesty and corruption. Because you start doing extracurriculars and you don't give a fuck about what you're doing. You're just getting it so that you can get that line for your college admissions to get into the good school, right? And see, all these extracurriculars, you do all kinds of shit, church group shit, sports, volunteer this, volunteer that, reading to convicts or blind people or whatever the fuck. Nobody's doing that because they want to. It's just to get into a good college. It's fundamentally dishonest. And everybody knows it's dishonest. And you don't want activities that encourage dishonesty and cynicism. Of course not. You want to eliminate those activities, all those situations where dishonesty and cynicism are fomented. And that's what happens with extracurriculars. See? That's why I want them eliminated. Because I don't want people to feel that they get ahead by gaming the system or by doing things for cynical reasons that are insincere. I want to avoid that at all costs. Of course I would, because I want an honest society. See? And going back to the issue of legalistic corruption. See, extracurriculars and gaming the system is part of that legalistic corruption, because you're doing things not because you believe in them, but because they get you ahead. And that's wrong. We don't want that. We want to actively discourage that. And we want to focus people, in this case, university students or potential university students, to focus on the things that actually matter. Grades and achievements, academic achievements. And fuck the extracurriculars. They don't mean shit because they don't. Okay? And so, yeah. Universities should be from age 20 to 24 because of national service, which is 18 to 20. But again, I haven't made up my mind 24 months or 36 months for national service. The goal of every university is to cull the bottom 10 to 20% of every incoming class. You heard right. Universities should actively be trying to, I mean, they should be grading on a curve. And the bottom 10, 20%, they get an F in every test, in every subject. The goal is to have people drop out. Mhm. And it's not going to be as egregious as getting a national service washout, right? But the goal is to have people who go to university who are actually capable. Because, I mean, come on, most people who have a university degree, you know, most people today with a university degree are less academically capable than middle schoolers from the 1960s. I'm not making this up, this is true. If you look at the middle school requirements for students in 1962, 1964, it was more difficult to graduate from middle school. That's grade 9, grade 8, grade 9, depending on the region. It was tougher to graduate from middle school in the United States in 1962 than it is to graduate from university in 2021. It's objectively the case. And you don't even want to look at the tests from, say, Eton at the beginning of the 20th century. I mean, I read some of those questions for the Eton students to get into Eton. And I was like, I don't know the answer to this shit. And I don't think I ever have known the answer to this shit. This is really fucking hard. It was really shockingly hard. Okay. Well, yeah, because the whole point of those educational establishments was to get the best people, not the most people. But through misincentives and cheap loans, cheap student loans, guaranteed student loans, now we have the most students who are incompetent. Simple as that. We got to go back to basics and kick out all the losers. Now, urbanism policy, and here I'll end this whole presentation because Jesus Christ, I'm going on 4.5 fucking hours of this shit. But okay, how many people are still listening to me? 866. Well, that's pretty good. Who's having a good time? Hit me with a +1 if you are, and hit me with 0 if you want to slit your wrists. I'll wait for a chat to catch up, but let me just dive into urbanism. Urbanism policy. This is something that I've been heavily influenced by my time in Amsterdam. Yeah, lots of +1s. That's good. Why did I delete all my videos? Because I fucking felt like it. I don't owe you shit. Why do you think I do, man? Fuck off. I don't get that. They're my videos. I can do whatever the fuck I want with them. So anyway, urbanism. Urbanism for me has been heavily influenced by the time I spent in Amsterdam. Amsterdam is one of the most delightful, if not the most delightful city I've ever lived in. It's completely walkable. It has all these very orderly and efficient bike lanes. Because of the bike lanes, everybody is in terrific shape because everybody bicycles, even older people. I mean, I'm talking, people who look to be in their 70s, quite frankly. Everybody goes on the bicycle everywhere. Frankly, a minority walk. Okay, I'm a big walker, and I hate going on a bicycle. I've never really liked it. I mean, I liked it when I was a kid, and I like motorcycling. I love motorcycling, but biking, I just think it's yeah. So I never got a bicycle in Amsterdam, but I walked everywhere, and it's a delightful city. It's a human city, and it's specifically designed to not be car friendly. And you can't go fast in a car in Amsterdam because if you notice, all the streets in Amsterdam are designed in such a way that traffic slows down. Either there are speed humps, or they have this neat thing where you go down a street and there's like a zigzag in the middle of the street because they've arranged like some flowers and plants and trees and shit in such a way that you gotta like slow down and turn slightly left and turn slightly right before keep on going straight. And then there's another fucking speed hump, so you can never gain speed. Okay, in a car. Bicycle lanes, no problem. On the contrary, you can go as fast as you want on a bicycle, but again, it's pedal power, so you're never really going to go that fucking fast on a bicycle, right? And so It's a delightful city. The bicycle lanes and everything keeps everybody in terrific shape. There are very few cars. Everything is close together, but you don't feel it's crowded. It's the ideal city, quite frankly. I mean, it really is. And apart from the fact that it's absolutely beautiful because of the canals and the architecture, but quite apart from that, it's people friendly. The explicit aim of urban policy should be make it people friendly, not car friendly. Cities in America are way spread out because of cars. Suburbs and all the rest of it, they're all spread out because of cars. And the urban policy that allowed for cars, or let me phrase it, suburban policy is a Ponzi scheme, see? Because that those spread out houses, see? Um, that infrastructure is extremely expensive to maintain. The suburban infrastructure, I'm talking like water mains, sewage, electrical, all of it. It's very expensive to maintain for such few houses in suburbs. And so what happens in every county is that they need more suburbs, more development, because the influx of cash from a new suburb pays for the maintenance of the older suburbs. See? And so if a county or a district ever stops suburban growth, what happens is that all of a sudden they run out of money to maintain the older suburbs. And therefore, the older suburbs start to decay very quickly because the infrastructure, since it's so spread out, it's extremely expensive to maintain. And if it's not maintained, it decays, and replacing it is even more expensive. See? And we're actually starting to see this in some suburbs in the United States. See? The great boom of suburbs that started in the 1950s but really took off in the 70s and 80s and 90s. Well, it's winding down. There are no more suburbs to be built, quite frankly. And because of that, the counties, they're not getting the sudden influx of new dollars, because what happens, the model is very simple. The developer builds the infrastructure and starts paying taxes on it, right? Or the new owners pay taxes on it. But the maintenance is on the city. Now, what happens, of course, is that when a city gets a new subdivision, it gets brand new infrastructure, brand new sewage, brand new water, brand new electrical, and it gets this shot of adrenaline insofar as tax revenue, property tax revenue is concerned, right? And also, to a lesser extent, sales tax revenue from the new residents of the new suburb. Now, this sounds great, right? And they take this new money that they're getting and they fix up the old infrastructure. But then the new subdivision, the new development, eventually it starts to get old and it needs maintenance for water, sewage, electrical, and whatnot. And where's the county going to get the money for that if they're not building new subdivisions? See, that's what happens. That's why suburban life in America is a Ponzi scheme. And eventually, all suburbs are going to start collapsing because the counties are not going to have enough money for maintenance. In fact, we are seeing it now. Mhm. We're seeing it in a lot of places, especially the older areas like in New York State, like Westchester County and other parts like that, where the county does not have the money to do the necessary repairs, and some problems are coming up with sewage and the rest of it. It's not quite that big of a deal in many places because in a lot of these suburbs in New York, they still have septic tanks. But in the slightly more dense suburbs that are still quite spread out, where they have sewage systems, that's where you're noticing it. They're getting all kinds of problems. And you know where it's coming from? The worst part? People using, this is going to sound absurd, but it's true. People using wet wipes to wipe their asses, say, because toilet paper dissolves in water, right, in sewage water. But wet wipes are plastic. They don't dissolve. They accumulate. And the accumulation of these wet wipes bursts a lot of the sewage, the sewage system. It becomes a big issue and very expensive. And a lot of these counties are going into all kinds of debt to pay for this. See? And that's the issue. Once the debt, the ability to get debt ends, because what happens is that the county goes into debt, municipal debt. They issue municipal bonds. Now those get scooped up, but eventually the ratings agency is not quite sure that the county can service its municipal debt. And so there the municipality has to go to the state, and the state lends it money, right? But the state, accrues debt of its own. And like we're starting to see this in like Chicago and Illinois. Chicago is bankrupt. Mm. Chicago is bankrupt. Okay. And pretty soon it's going to go tits up. And all the municipal services and all the rest of it, the upkeep of all these suburbs, uh, who's gonna fix all this shit? See, it's the maintenance costs. See, yeah, they kicked the can down the road, and now the can is here. Okay, you got to understand, in the United States, all kinds of problems are happening, and it's weird. It's really just a bizarre situation that a whole bunch of different problems are converging in the next decade. The 20s are going to be the most horrifying decade in American history, probably. Okay, quite apart from all the military adventures overseas that the United States is going to get involved in, just the domestic problems are enormous. And one of them is urbanism, and one of them is this issue of infrastructure maintenance of suburbs. It sounds obscure and stupid, but once you start looking into it, and you start looking at the numbers insofar as the bonds, insofar as the debt is concerned, you become horrified, and you realize that the whole the suburban model was a disaster. It's just a disaster that's taken a very long time to become clear, but it's becoming clear now. Okay, over the next 10 years, half of American suburbs are going to be bankrupt, and their systems are no longer going to be able to be maintained. And you're literally going to be flooded in shit in a lot of American suburbs. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know about this shit, um, don't take my word for it. Go Google it. Oh, there's a really good movement called Strong Cities or Strong Houses movement or something like that, and it's around the web, and they talk about this shit all the time. Look up new urbanism, excuse me, and you'll find all kinds of interesting shit about it. Yeah, it's fascinating shit. Anyway, um, you want to avoid that fate, and what you want, the way you avoid it is by building more dense. Okay, everybody doesn't need a fucking backyard. Okay, I mean a 2-acre backyard or a half-acre backyard or a quarter-acre backyard. You don't need it. You can live very well in relatively packed areas with big public parks, and that should be the goal. Carless, people-friendly, walkable cities. Okay, all cities must be walkable, and if they aren't, then they should be modified until they are. All cities must have bike lanes. All cities must be rezoned so that they are mixed. One of the big problems of American suburban living is that you have residential areas and business areas, very segregated. And this is a mistake. You want mixed. You don't want factories in the middle of places where you have residents. No, I'm not saying that. But you do want like stores and restaurants where people live so they can walk to them. See? You don't want them to get in a car to go somewhere. You want them to walk there or take a bike. See? Because that way it's first of all, it's healthier. Secondly, it feels more a part of their environment, and therefore they feel more attached to it. Thirdly, since people are going to tend to walk towards the restaurant in their neighborhood, they're going to get to know each other much better, and that will increase neighborhood cohesion. Mhm. I mean, for all these reasons, you want cities to residential areas to be mixed with businesses of whatever sort, whatever is reasonable, and whatever the locality thinks is reasonable, not like on a national level. You see, you have people going to Disneyland, say, or Disney World, and they marvel at mainstream USA. you have all these shops and all these buildings, and potentially you can imagine living in this little city and seems so charming. But see, that whole kind of environment is against the law in the United States because they've created all these rules that prioritize the car. And what I would do as dictator is to de-emphasize the car, make it unpleasant to have a car, especially in towns and cities. See, because cars and trucks are necessary because the United States is such a big country. But what you want are cities that are human sized, not car sized. You don't want to drive 10 miles to get to the supermarket or even 1 mile. You want to be able to walk to the supermarket, have it like close enough that you can get there, in 5 minutes, between 5 and 10 minutes walk. That's what you want. And you want to encourage everything to be that way. And you want to make it tightly packed. Okay. Not tightly packed like some ghetto in like an Indian city or some shit like that. No, but not spread out like a suburb because it's basically too little butter spread over too much toast. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so the explicit 15-year aim is to have only medium-sized cities of not more than 250,000. Okay, this is actually easy to achieve. Okay, there are only, and let me just be absolutely sure. Okay, there are 17 cities in the United States that are over 750,000 inhabitants. And there are, let me just get to these numbers real quick. There are 88 cities above 250,000 inhabitants. The goal is to get them all under 250. That's the avowed goal. Get them all under 250 within 15 years. And over 30 years, get them under 100,000. Yeah, make them small. And not say that, oh, a city's under 100,000, but it's, 10 cities all one next to the other. No, space between them, at least 30, 40 miles. Make them small and separate, spread out. Okay. That's the explicit aim. And the explicit aim is to do away with the large cities, the plus 750,000 people cities within 10 years. That's the top 18% of cities. That means Chicago, LA, New York, you all want them small and actively discourage people from living there. And the first step, demolish all freeways going through cities, not around them, through them. Okay? Demolish every freeway and turn them into parks, turn them into anything else, but demolish all freeways going through cities. Impose a federal city tax on all city dwellers of those cities that you want to reduce, like LA, Chicago, etc. Initially, make it 10% on top of their regular income tax. Yeah, if you want to live in a big city, no problem. Pay 10% more income tax. Fuck you, I'm the dictator. I do whatever they want. Pay it, or else I'll just put you up against the wall. Done. Okay? Now, here's a key issue. I think actually this might be like the first time anybody's suggested this, but a graduated federal gasoline tax. Okay, what does that mean? See, if you're near a metropolitan area, gas is taxed through the roof, 200%. That literally means that you're paying for every dollar you spend on gasoline, 66 cents of that goes to the government, the federal government, in the form of taxes. If you're living near a city. But if you're living way the fuck out there in the middle of nowhere, 0% tax. See? Just as you have progressive tax, whereby if you earn more, you pay a higher percentage of your income tax. That's not the system that I would implement as a dictator. Like I said before, it's a flat 10% income tax. But I'm saying the current system, the progressive income tax, right? Well, I would have a graduated federal gasoline tax, geographically graduated. The more isolated / rural the area, the less percentage in taxes you pay for gasoline. If there's, say, like, I don't know, under 1,000 people per 100 square miles, you pay zero taxes. 1,000 people per 100 square miles, that's like fucking boonies, man. That's fucking nowhere, right? Yeah, there, zero, because you need gasoline to get around. But in a city, you don't need to get any gasoline to get around. You can walk, you can take a bike, you can take a public transportation. We want to encourage all these things. See? Make living in a big city something that is unpleasant and unreasonable for most people. Because there are some people who wouldn't mind paying extra income tax to live in some city, because living in some city will actually benefit their bottom line for reasons. It's not important. See, they could be in some business that only exists in that city, and it's fine. See, but the normal people, the people who can live and work elsewhere, they'll leave. And you want that. You want to collapse the big cities. You want the population to spread out, to be more evenly distributed across the enormous North American continent. See, you don't want to have, thousands of square miles with two people. No, you want it spread out, and you want it small cities, and you want to make sure that these small cities are livable. And why do you want them livable? Because it contributes to happiness, to people's joy of living. I was living in Amsterdam, and people loved the city. They loved Amsterdam because the Dutch have a lot of flaws, but they know how to live well. And they go out of their way to make places for themselves that are livable. Sometimes I wasn't too keen on the architecture of especially some of the newer developments in Holland, right? In the Netherlands. They kind of like hate it when you call it Holland. Weird Dutch thing. But anyway, some of the places, they looked boring, just like boxes, boxes with windows. It seemed depressing, right? But generally, they know how to live, and they live well, huh? And they understand intuitively that cars are not the way to live a happy life. Cars are isolating, and dude, I love cars. I I've I've owned several cars and classic cars, and I love cars. I'm not anti-car, okay? But cars do make you feel isolated. And I remember living in LA, the ultimate car city, because LA was built for the car. And it is so isolating. You get in your car and you go someplace, and you get out and you deal your shit, and then you're on the freeway and you don't have any human contact. And what I noticed is that when I was living in Amsterdam and I was walking from my home on Langestraat, I lived in Langestraat 96, right, in the canal area. And I would walk down to my office, which was, I forget the name of the canal. I always get them mixed up, but it was Fosbury. Fosbury was like an office sharing thing. It was really nice. So I had my office there, and it was like I would guess like about a little over a mile, maybe a mile and a half, something like that. And I'd walk that, every morning, and then sometimes I'd have lunch near my house because it was nice there. And so, I'd walk it back and forth like 3-4 times a day. And it was great for my health. It was great for my weight. It was great across the board. It was just all good. See? And it made me think a lot, that comparison between Amsterdam and Los Angeles. The humanity of one city, where I'm walking and I'm seeing people, I'm seeing things going on around me. I'm interacting with other people. I'm not stressed. I'm an experienced driver. I've driven quite a bit. I did one big tour of all of the North American continent on my Land Rover with my dog back in 2001. I went from New York City to Toronto, around the Great Lakes, up to Yellowknife, then crossed on the Yukon Highway to Alaska and hit Fairbanks, and then went north across the Brooks Range up to Deadhorse, and then down to Anchorage, took the ferry to Juneau just to see Juneau, and then another ferry from Juneau to Bellingham, and then on Washington State, and then down the West Coast, down to LA, San Diego, cross the Southwest, cross Texas and hit Houston, and then Houston, the deep, deep South, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, went up the Carolinas, hit Washington, D.C., Baltimore, hit New York City, and it took me about 6 months. It was a great trip, 20,000 miles. And see, so I know what driving is like. And I know how much concentration you need, even when you're going just to the corner. Even if you're like, oh, it's just I'm just going to just pop over there to pick up something at the local strip mall or wherever the fuck, right? You're stressed. You're ever so slightly alert, paying attention. You're not relaxed. When you're walking, you're relaxed. When you're walking, your mind wanders. You daydream. And sure, you can do the same when you're driving, but you're not really relaxed. You're always there. You're always, because you're driving. It's you're controlling a very large vehicle that can easily kill somebody else or kill yourself. See? Very easily. And it happens all the time. And so you're not relaxed. When you're walking, you're relaxed, especially when you're walking in a city that is designed or purposefully made or privileges people who walk or ride their bicycles. You're relaxed. And that relaxation and the natural exercise just makes you feel better, makes you feel happier. It's healthier. It's a better life. And see, ultimately, I'm going to wind down this whole fucking thing because I've gone out like 5 fucking hours. Jesus fucking Christ. But see, the point of this exercise is to try to figure out what's the happy life? What makes a life worth living? And what makes life worth living for everyone? I mean, to set up the stage so that you can have everybody live a fundamentally happy life, a happy, healthy life, pursuing their own goals, feeling connected to one another, feeling like they're not so alone and isolated and lonely. You see what I'm saying? And the kind of society that I envision, and I'm going to be developing this shit further and writing more about it. I mean, writing it, right? The kind of society I envision is that, see, the individual has rights and privileges and opportunities and all the rest of it. But he also has obligations. And it's by way of those obligations that he feels that he belongs. See, because you'll find something that perhaps when you're young, you don't quite believe even, or let alone notice, is that, see, when more demands are made of you, you care more. You care to the degree that you are needed. And when people make demands on you, it's because they need you. You see? It's a subtle thing, but it's very true. The more demands you get, the more you are needed, and you know it. And as you are needed, you feel less isolated, less alone. Responsibilities, which so many of us try to elude, paradoxically are the very thing needed so that you feel less alone, less lonely, less directionless. A lot of I mentioned before earlier that in this study in Ireland of all these working women who had to forego their careers to care for a relative, and so many of them mentioned how satisfied they felt, that the demand of the relative to care for them made them feel closer to the relative and gave their lives more meaning than their job. Not all women, but 2/3 of them. 2/3, that's a majority, a comfortable majority. It's 2-1. And that's true. When we feel obligations, when we feel that we have to do something, And they're, whoever is in authority, whoever is in charge is not going to let us elude this responsibility. We have to fulfill it. We feel like we belong. And that's the society I would want to build as a dictator. A society that everybody feels that they're on the same boat. Everybody feels that they have been made demands on that are difficult to satisfy. Not impossible, but difficult. And we have to see, not have heard of or suspect, but see what happens to people who fail to live up to the expectations of the society. The national service washouts that I referred to, those washouts are essential, not for them, who gives a shit about them, but for the rest, so that the rest knows that if they don't live up to their end of the bargain, they'll be expunged. See? That's a powerful motivator. Fear. Fear. A lot of dictators go about shooting people to instill fear in the population. In my case, as a dictator of America, I would not shoot people randomly to instill fear in the population. I wouldn't even shoot my critics. I'd ignore my critics. No. What I'd do is I would expunge people who don't fulfill their obligations to the collective. See? And by that expunging, I'd keep everybody in line. In fact, there would be very few people who would be opposed to me. Seriously, you don't believe it, but it's true. And the more time passed with this regime of mine, the more people would be happy with it. Yeah, and you don't believe it. And I understand that. That's fine. But see, it's not because I'd be an abusive dictator. No. It's because as time passed, more people would realize the project, more people would understand that I was forcing them to have a stake in the nation. I was forcing them, obliging them to invest emotional capital in the success of the nation by way of the national service program, by way of the fact that no government agency would help them. They have to help themselves personally, or cobble together some sort of local collective to solve their own problems. See, all of this would be investments that the people are making in their locality, in their own collectives, be that the nuclear family, the extended family. And slowly they'd come to realize what the project entails. So this is my thoughts insofar as being a dictator. And it's been incredibly useful for me. And like I said, I'll probably write something about this. I'm writing it now because it's just fascinating. But I want you to think about these problems too. Think about how you would organize a society into your ideal society, into the society that you would want to live in. I can see myself very easily living in a society where I live in a small, cozy city that's very walkable, with people whom I know and whom I serve with on different local councils and local programs that I'm a part of and that I'm obliged to be a part of. I could imagine myself developing very profound bonds with a lot of my neighbors because we would all be on the same boat. I can imagine myself trying to help out the local educational co-op by teaching children some subject or other that I would know very well and that they could get something out of. Yeah, I can imagine that kind of city. I think it would be a lovely kind of city, a small city, less than 100,000 people, a city that if I wanted to cross the whole thing, I could do it probably in a day, of just walking, right? A city with no cars, and a city of people who have a purpose and feel like they belong. Yeah. So that's my presentation. And let me just finish with a question. Where is Tiffany Dover? Hmm? Where is Tiffany Dover?